What's up, everybody? Good morning. Happy Friday. A DK show coming to you from the TDS Sports Talk studios this morning. Appreciate you tuning in wherever, however you're tuning in. If it's on those radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Also available to stream up online at sportstalk1051.com. Download the app, take it on the go. Tell your Alexa device to say, "Yo, Alexa, play WAYY." Had a little feedback there. Apologize. YouTube stream also up and rolling here this morning on this Friday morning. You know the drill. You know how it all works out. Big thanks for making us part of your start if you're already up and at it. What do we got on a fully loaded game plan for us this morning? Not a typical football Friday because, well, Packers play Monday nights against the Philadelphia Eagles. Packers did return to practice yesterday, though. Got a little bit of an injury report here. So Matthew Golden was limited. Dontavian Wicks returned. He was limited. Colby Wooden returned. He said he's good to go for Monday. Micah Parsons did show up on the injury report, though. He was listed as limited with a pec injury. So... But we'll chat a little football here as we kind of get started. Because remember yesterday, I wanted to talk a little bit about the Packers' offensive line. And do they have their five best out there? And you kind of look at where they're at in terms of the rankings in running and passing, rushing and passing. They're one of the best, top five in pass protection, but when it comes to running the football, they're towards the bottom. So how would you, if you were Matt LaFleur and you constantly say the five best will play when it comes to their offensive line, would you put the five best out there for pass protection or five best out there when it comes to run protection? Who do you think, or how would you build this offensive line? Let's take salaries out of the equation. We're just straight up talent, okay? Just straight up talent, best five. How would you put it together? Enough with the rotations, the five best. Obviously, we would love an offensive line that can both, well, that mic goes up really high. Obviously, we would love an offensive line that, all complements each other. They're really good at running or run blocking, and then pass protection. That's not the case right now for Green Bay. Numbers show that. They prove that. So how would you put it together? What it would be? Left tackle, left guard, center, right guard, right tackle. I want to hear from you. I want your expert opinion, okay? Hit me up on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line with some text or comment on the video stream. So we'll hit that up. Speaking of football, sorry, Badger fans, but Luke Fickell is coming back to the program next year. Chris McIntosh making that announcement yesterday, saying him and the Chancellor are aligned on significantly evaluating or elevating investment in our program to compete at the highest level. McIntosh told ESPN, "We are willing to make an investment in infrastructure and staff. As important is our ability to retain and recruit players in a revenue share and NIL era. If Wisconsin is going to be competitive as we expect, the support has to be competitive. There's no getting around it. Our people, our fans are passionate about Wisconsin football. I'd have it no other way. A successful football program is important to the university, to the state, and to our letterman. This season has caused us all to have to look from within. Luke has had to do that. I've had to do that. He has a willingness to be better. I'd hope so. So do I. And so does Wisconsin from an institutional perspective. Our intention is to be, in terms of our investment, on par with those that we intend to compete with. Our expectations are to compete at the highest level in the Big Ten and beyond." Okay, so he's coming back, which, honestly, we're probably not too surprised. Right? We're probably not like, oh my God, can't believe it. Probably knew this was happening. But I don't know, Badger fans. Do you think this team, it'll be as simple as, okay, more money being pumped in, that's what's going to get them to play better? That's what's going to get this team, this program, back? Do you think just putting money into this and maybe getting some players paid to come over here, that's instantly going to get this team playing better? Or do you think it's got a long ways to go and there's a lot of other issues with this thing? I'm a little skeptical. Kind of a prove me wrong sort of thing. I don't know if 1 year, one off season of pumping money into the program and such is going to instantly turn this thing around. But I guess we're going to find out. Is 1 year enough? I don't know. I'm a little skeptical. So we'll hit that up and talk about that throughout the morning here. Speaking of coaching and such, Brewers. So a couple Brewers nuggets that we're going to be hitting up here this morning. We've got Brandon Woodruff did receive the qualifying offer yesterday. So what that is, again, just a refresher, Brewers offering him a qualifying offer a little over $22 million. He doesn't have to accept it. He could accept it. If he doesn't and he goes elsewhere and gets a contract, Brewers then get a draft pick in return. That's the generic, basic, kind of thing. But Matt Arnold did say yesterday, we love Woody. So for us, this is just step one in the process. It is complicated because, well, one is health with the shoulder and such. But $22 million, a little over $22 million is a significant gamble for a team like the Brewers. So, and on top of that, they already owe him $10 million from a buyout. So we'll see how this thing plays out. But also yesterday from the Brewers, Ricky Weeks, he will no longer be the bench coach for the Brew Crew. He is transitioning to a front office role. He's going to be a special assistant in baseball operations and domestic and international scouting. So, no bench coach. And it sounds like they're not going to replace Ricky Weeks. They're not going to have a bench coach or I guess associate manager was the title. And they're going to kind of spread out his duties amongst the rest of the staff. I'm really curious to see how this is going to play out, because what are the odds that Pat Murphy will not be ejected from a 162-game season? So, Pat Murphy gets ejected for arguing with the umps or whatever. Okay, Ricky Weeks comes in as acting manager. Who's that going to be now? You know what I mean? You got to have that next guy up. You got to have that next coach up. Is it a Chris Hook? Is it somebody else on the docket? I guess time will tell here. But I'm kind of curious to see how this is all going to play out. Also, Connor Dawson, one of the hitting coaches, he has been with the Brewers since 2021. He's going to go back to his home in Kansas City and coach for the Royals. So, a couple moves there from the coaching standpoint. But that was an interesting one, because I think we all kind of just assumed Ricky Weeks might be the manager in waiting, and that still could be the case. Maybe potentially down the road, but I thought it was oh, okay. And then you add in they're not going to have a bench coach or an associate manager, or however they want to term it, and they're going to spread the duties amongst the other coaches. Kind of interesting. Maybe that's is something they're going to attach with Chris Hook. So Chris Hook stays with the ball club, give him a bigger role, a little bit more moolah, a little bit more money, so he doesn't jump ship and go elsewhere. Possibly. Just throwing it out there. So Bucks are also back in action tonight. Big game going up against the Chicago Bulls. Bulls, one of the best teams so far in the first few weeks of the season. So an early good test here for the Bucks, but also I would say for the Bulls too. So Badger Hoops also in action tonight for the men's team. Back at the Kohl Center, going to be taking on Northern Illinois. Also on the docket, we'll do some local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. Volleyball, Barron's going to be in action today. Regis picking up a win at state volleyball. For soccer, I know Hudson and Arcadia both falling short. Blue Gold Soccer, men's picking up a win last night. So we'll break it all down with, and then, of course, football tonight. So we'll break it all down with our guy Brandon Berg coming up a little bit later on. We'll have an AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. Cream of the Crop brought to you by our good friends from Mike's Star Market. Who is your cream of the crop? Make your picks. Text those puppies on over. We'll chat with Dr. Crow inside the training room, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. We'll hit that up coming up just past 7 o'clock this morning. So a loaded game plan for us this morning. Let's pitter-patter. Let's get at her, okay? We'll take our first break and then get things rocking and rolling here this morning. Join in on the convo, all right? I want to hear from you. Hit me up with a text or comment on those video streams. Quick break, and we'll be back after these few words.
You're listening to The Dan Kasper Show.
Fall is here and winter's right around the corner. Is your footwear ready? At Shoe Doctor, they've got you covered from the crisp fall days to the snow-filled months ahead. Whether you need waterproof boots, warm winter shoes, or stylish options for the season, their experts will find the perfect fit for you. They carry the best brands with comfort and durability guaranteed. Visit Shoe Doctor on East Claremont Avenue in Eau Claire or online at Shoe
Next Tuesday, as a reminder, we're going to be at Hy-Vee doing the program for their Veterans Day breakfast. So if you are a veteran or you have served, continue to serve, stop by, get your free breakfast, hang out, say hi. First of all, big thank you. Thank you for your service. And if you continue to serve. But no, starting at 6 a.m. on Tuesday, you can stop by and get your free breakfast from Hy-Vee. We're going to be doing the entire program from there 6 to 10. Breakfast is going to go from 6 to 11. So, again, that's coming up on Tuesday over at Hy-Vee in Eau Claire. They've been doing this ever since. I mean, this is like a tradition for them, and they do just an absolutely fantastic job. So, again, hopefully we can serve. I think every year it's gotten bigger too. I mean, it's one of the things that I always look at is they always put up that map, and that kind of like hits you this world map, and it just I don't know how to explain it. It kind of hits you. You know what I mean? It really kind of hits you. So, but yeah. Just putting that all in perspective, I think, is maybe the best way to kind of say that. So, but no, looking forward to it on Tuesday. And again, if you do come on over, stop by, say hi. I think we're going to be posted up behind the bar where they used to have the bar at Hy-Vee. That's where we're going to have our shop set up. So, should be a good one. Looking forward to it. All right, let's get things rocking and rolling here this morning, shall we? Let's talk some. We got a smorgasbord of topics to hit up. We got some Badger football to talk about. We've got some Brewers to talk about. We'll throw a little green and gold in there. We've got Bucks back at it tonight. You know, when we posted up the Luke Fickell news from yesterday on our Sports Talk page, let's just say, again, not a lot of surprise, but probably maybe anybody that was holding out for a little bit of hope that maybe there would be a change when it came to Luke Fickell, they're still disappointed. I mean, you had a lot of hitting rock bottoms, delaying the inevitable at this point. As Jake said, wish they would just start fresh instead of likely losing another year of recruits when this staff is finally gone. Brad saying, I honestly hope the AD is gone after this year. Tons of issues in other sports and lawsuits. I think they're reluctant to let Fickell go and hire a new AD in place. But I don't, it sure sounds like, I mean, McIntosh could be back next year too. I mean, you kind of read the statements and such. It seems like they're lockstep in this whole thing, and he's going to be back next year too. So, So, okay, here's kind of my question then. They're going to pump all this money into the program. They're going to do all this for the football program, for the infrastructure. So, what is the expectation? What is the goal for next year? You know, like what's that win-loss record? Like, what's that bare minimum got to be like, okay, you keep him on board for another year, for a couple more years. Because if he's got one more year to prove it and to kind of showcase, okay, we've turned the tide here. We're better. Obviously, the money part is working. I mean, these are your opponents next year. You got the Notre Dame game. That's going to be at Lambeau. Western Illinois, Pittsburgh. Your home opponents going up against the Big Ten. Michigan State, Rutgers, Minnesota, Southern Cal, USC. Your away opponents, Iowa, Maryland, Penn State, Purdue, UCLA. So no Michigan, no Ohio State, no Oregon. I mean, you avoid those teams. If we kind of talk about perennial powerhouse, talented teams, some of the best in the conference. Penn State's going to have a new coach. It'll be interesting to see how good they're going to be next year right away. UCLA is going to have a new coach. I mean, so on the surface, when you look at it, it looks like an easier schedule. I don't know if that's part of the thinking too, is like, all right, really tough schedule. We didn't put a lot of money in there. Let's give him another fighting chance. Let's give this program another fighting chance for next year. I'm just throwing stuff out there. But you look at this schedule on the surface, is it got to be at least bowl eligible for next year? If you're going to pump in more money and you're going to pump in more resources, does he at bare minimum have to become bowl eligible? But even so, let's say it's just he gets the 6 wins or whatever it is, bare minimum. Is that still going to be enough in the eyes of Badger fans and Badger supporters? Because let's say right now it looks like an easier schedule. But if you can only get the bare minimum, does that give you optimism moving forward? Or do you want to see like a domination? But in the same breath, it's like, how quickly can money, pumping money into bringing in players and new recruits in that, is that going to have an immediate impact right away? I don't know. I'm kind of I don't know what to think right now, to be honest with you. I don't know how it's going to play. I really don't. I guess we got to sit back and see how it goes. But I mean, yeah, you look at this schedule and you'd be like, okay, this is doable for Wisconsin. But I have no idea what this team's going to look like next year. And I have no idea how this team is going to perform for next year. No idea. I mean, you're talking about a coach that's going to be coming in next year with a crap ton of pressure. In a sports age where if you don't produce, teams, programs are not afraid, especially look at this year with some of the programs. With the buyout numbers, money has been no object for some of these programs. And you got a guy in Fickle who's getting another shot. Not many coaches get the opportunity to have a shot or another shot like he's going to have for next year. You want to talk about pressure, and you want to talk about being under the spotlight. It can't get any brighter than that. The pressure can't get any more than what he's going to have for 2026. But was it simply as the way this team has played this year? Is it simply just because they don't have enough money? Because they don't have the talent pool? Because they weren't able to get them because of money? With NIL in that? That, I guess we'll find out, maybe. We'll find out. I'm a little skeptical, but honestly, I think right now it could be maybe a mixture of both. But it's just, I kind of go back to what JJ said too. A couple days ago on Pat McAfee. They got to play better, and they got to coach better. They got to flip and coach better. I don't think just pumping more money into a program should absolve coaching and be like, oh yeah, we're gonna give him a bypass because we didn't put enough money in there. So, got to take some accountability from a coaching perspective too. All right, let's take a quick break. I do want to hit up this offensive line question for the Pack. You got a group that is performing well for pass protection, but for run blocking, Do they have their best 5 out there currently? Take away money, take away contract statuses and such. Do they have their 5 best out there, and do they have their 5 best playing in the right positions? If you were Matt LaFleur, how would you adjust it? How would you change it? If you could. Let me know your picks, all right? Text them on over. We got to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more coming up after these quick words. All right, we're no music there, so apparently I don't know what the heck happened there for some comeback music. So apologies for that. All right, let's jump right back into it. Let's talk a little green and gold here this morning. So obviously we're getting set for Monday night's game against the Philadelphia Eagles. And when you kind of look at it for the Eagles or for the Packers, a lot of talk has been about the offensive line, right? It's been about the offensive line and the inconsistency play. And so far in the first half of the season, we have seen this Packers squad get flagged a lot, especially when it comes, it feels like it's been more so, I'll have to double check it, but it feels like it's been more so in terms of when the Packers try to run the football. I mean, it might be a recency thing here too when it comes to the Packs, because I mean, you watched them run the football last against the Panthers, and it was like flag here, flag there, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. And the numbers show too that they're a much better pass blocking unit than they are as a run blocking unit. So if you had to, and Matt LaFleur has said this ever since he has been there as a head coach, when it comes to the offensive line, the 5 best will play. The 5 best will play. All right. So the 5 best will play. Do they have right now the 5 best offensive linemen in that rotation? Or in that group, excuse me. What do you think? And if not, who would you sub in? Who would you sub out? If Matt LaFleur could come to you and say, hey man, or hey girl, how would you put together this offensive line? And don't worry about contract statuses or anything like that. Don't worry about that. A lot of it, first of all, I hate a rotation. I hate rotations when it comes to, especially offensive line. I shouldn't say I hate rotations altogether. I hate rotations when it comes to offensive line. I want my 5 out there. I don't want to be rotating in and out. Every couple series, every few series, every series, whatever it is, I hate a rotation. Okay? Just run with your 5. There's so much that could go wrong with that for the most part, but I don't like it. I don't like it. So when I see this, I'd keep Walker at left tackle. I think Rasheed Walker, you keep him over there. At left guard, I think I put Elton Jenkins back to left guard. I think you move him over to left guard. And Aaron Banks, you look at Aaron Banks, and he's had his issues and such, and a lot of it has been with injuries and such. But is Elton a better suited at left guard? And I think that's the case right now. I really do. I think you have to. I put him over there. The wild card in this whole thing is, do you put Zach Tom at center? He's getting paid right tackle money. But right now, when I look at this team, who's the best center? Is it Zach Tom? Do you throw him over there? I've seen some people kind of say, maybe you do. And Green Bay has been, over the years, reportedly, they think he could be like an all-pro center. But right now, he's playing so well at right tackle. Do you want to move that? If you look at Pro Football Focus, for example, for a grade, pass block grade, he's 22nd best in the NFL. Run block grade, 6th best. I think I got to keep him there. That one's tricky for me. I think I got to keep him there. It will be interesting, I think, going forward. Do they keep him there? Does eventually he move? Maybe does he go to center? Because the whole Anthony Belton situation, he's a second-round pick. He is going to play at some point, whether it's going to be right tackle somewhere. He's eventually going to be a starter. It's just, where is he going to be a starter at that point? I think you got to keep him there. And then right guard, this is the weird one. So if we just kind of use Pro Football Focus as a barometer, as a gauge, if you will, the pickings are kind of slim here. However, Jordan Morgan, okay, so let's look at him. Pass block, he's 29th best. Run blocking is where he really struggles, 54th. But Sean Ryan is 49th, and he really struggles at pass blocking. I think you got to roll with Jordan Morgan at right guard, and then it comes into, okay, who's center? Do you put Sean Ryan maybe at center now? Sean Ryan's had some experience at center with that. Maybe. And remember, this was a couple weeks ago, too, or a few weeks ago. I can't remember what game it was. But Elton Jenkins, he does things differently, too. Usually it's the guard, or usually, calling out the signals and the silent count and all that. There's a lot on Elton Jenkins' plate right now. He's like looking between his legs on silent counts, and usually you've got the guard that's doing that and that. But they're still having Elton Jenkins doing that. So even like when he's snapping the ball and such, he's like the whole looking between the legs thing, which is not normal for right in the NFL, which kind of makes me nervous, especially going on the road in hostile environments, and you're worried about false starts and protections and penalties in that. Is Elton Jenkins better suited to go play left guard? And do you put somebody else over at center? And then because obviously they trust Elton Jenkins more with those silent counts, snap counts, putting it all on the center, and then he's got to look, between his legs. That's a lot. This is a tough one. Because this team is way better at running or at pass blocking when it comes to their offensive line. But they got Josh Jacobs. Was Josh Myers last year at center. Was he that much of a difference when it came to the run blocking and Josh Jacobs' success last year? Like, was he that big of a factor? Because you plug him at center, you can keep Elton Jenkins over at left guard. You essentially, everything else is the same. Everything else is the same. The only person missing on this offensive line right now is Myers, but the trickle-down effect from it. Myers is gone. Elton moves to center. You bring in Aaron Banks. So is Myers that big of a key? Was he that big of a key for this Packers team last year? I'm just curious, where does Pro Football Focus have Myers at? Based off centers, he's got a 60 blocking grade, which is 23rd out of 35, and that's a pass block, and then a run block. He's 24th out of 35 eligible centers. So, yeah, 15th out of overall. Is it 15th out of centers right now? It looks like, according to Pro Football Focus. But something's not clicking. Something's not working with this group right now, and it's really frustrating to watch because we're so used to, I think over the last few years, some really solid offensive line play, some consistent offensive line play. So if they continue to roll out with this group, should they pass the ball more then? That's been a narrative that a lot of people have thrown out there, is that, okay, let's let Jordan Love cook. Let's let him throw a little bit more. This is a group that is better at pass blocking. Then we need to pass more. You can't completely diminish Josh Jacobs and completely eliminate him from a running game. You can maybe become a little bit more creative and try to get him the ball in space, utilize him more in the passing game. But a lot of this offensive issues starts up front. It starts up front in the trenches. This offensive line has to play better. They have to specifically play better in the running game. And you're going to be losing a blocker in Tucker Kraft. So those 5, they got to be better. A lot better. All right, we got to take our final break, and we'll start to wrap up the first hour. Send me your thoughts, Badgers, Brewers moves. What do you think about Ricky Weeks going to a front office role? And it sounds like the Brewers are not going to replace him. They're not going to get another associate manager or a bench coach. They're going to spread those duties out. What do you think about that, Brewers fans? Let's take a quick break, and we'll be back to wrap up the first hour coming up after these quick words. Best of luck to anybody who's hitting the woods maybe this weekend with the cold front and such. Don't forget to send us some of those pictures. The easiest way to do that, if you do have any luck, go to our Facebook page, the Sports Talk 105.1 Facebook page. We got the buckboard pinned up at the top, so just comment there and leave a photo of your buck and brag about it with the rest of us, okay? So, again, that's the Sports Talk 105.1 Facebook page, just to comment underneath that. And don't forget, too, with the deer gun season coming up right around the corner, if you're still looking for that new deer rifle, maybe you need to get some ammos, maybe a scope or such, go visit our good friends at Tilden Gun, located at 12427 90th Avenue in Chippewa Falls, or you can check them out online at tildengun.com. The Blaze Orange season is going to be right around the corner. Right around the corner. Can you feel it? I got to start to dig out the stuff, make sure the kids' stuff still fits him. I got to do that yet. Dad fail. Air it out. Can't wait to be driving around and seeing everybody airing out their Blaze Orange on their front porches and such, or on the clothesline. That's when you know things are really getting close. So, coming up next hour, we'll catch up with Dr. Crow for a little Inside the Training Room, brought to you by our good friends from Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. After that, we'll catch up with Brandon Berg. Obviously, a lot going on in the local sports world. We've got football games. We've got state volleyball going on right now. Barron's going to be getting going here early on, 8 a.m. this morning. State soccer as well. So, Eau Claire Regis picking up a win yesterday. Rib Lake picking up a win. I know it's a little bit further to the east, but got to represent Taylor County there. So, but we'll go through it all with our guy, Mr. Brandon Berg, for our Carpet City Flooring Center local sports roundup. Plus, cream of the crop. Make your picks. Cream of the crop. What is your cream of the crop? You can make your picks by hitting us up with a text or commenting on the video stream. So, Brewers-wise yesterday, see, it's kind of a little bit of a smorgasbord of topics here. So, first off, Woodruff, the Brewers did extend a qualifying offer to Brandon Woodruff, which is a little over $22 million. It was a little complicated of a call for the Brewers, for Matt Arnold to do this because, well, it's health, right? It's Brandon Woodruff's health. And $22 million in change, and a little over 22, it's a gamble for a team like the Brewers. Plus, the Brewers already owe him $10 million because of the buyout. So if Brandon Woodruff accepts this qualifying offer, he'll effectively, if it really make over $32 million, about $32 million. That's a gamble. But why do the Brewers make this gamble? Maybe they want to protect themselves to get that draft pick if he signs a contract elsewhere. So it could also mean maybe the Brewers sign him to an extension. Maybe they still agree to an extension. Matt Arnold saying yesterday, we love Woody, so for us, this is just step one in the process. They could trade him, too, if he accepts the offer. So it remains to be seen. It remains to be seen right now what the plan, what the future is going to be like for Brandon Woodruff with the Brewers. Now, for what it's worth, in our Post-Glass and Mirror 715 Speaks poll question, with that we posted up last night, we did ask Brewers fans, do you want to see Woodruff back? And the last I checked, 75% of you said yes. Now, the other part of that is, okay, if he accepts the qualifying offer, maybe I should have added this part. If he accepts the qualifying offer and essentially he's making $30-some million, then do you want Woodruff on your team? Maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe some of you still would. But that would be a significant gamble, especially for a Brewers team that is so budget conscious, right? I mean, that's the thing. The interesting thing from yesterday, though, was this Ricky Weeks transition. So he is moving to a role of special assistant in baseball operations and domestic and international scouting. Matt Arnold said, quote, "As I talked to Ricky about his future and the Brewers' future, I felt like he and I were aligned on what he thought would be best to help the organization and build his resume professionally. It's a really cool opportunity. He's obviously worn a lot of different hats for us." When Matt Arnold this is according to Brewers.com, when he was asked whether the change was initiated by Weeks or the Brewers, Arnold said, quote, "A combination. We talked at the end of the season about where do you see this going in your career. I think it was a combination of conversations for both of us." The Brewers will not hire a new coach for Weeks' role. The duties traditionally assigned to a bench coach will be spread to other members of the staff. The club so far has not made any other announcements about the makeup of the 2026 coaching staff, other than we do know that one of their hitting coaches has moved on. So, which one? Yeah, going back to Kansas City. So, I'm curious to see. Now, this is just purely speculation. Because when Ricky Weeks was first brought on as associate manager, right, it wasn't even the title bench coach. It was associate manager. And it gave the impression, okay, Ricky Weeks is probably, likely, maybe, most likely going to be the next manager for the Brewers. He was like a manager in waiting. You know, Murphy's up there in age. So there was like, okay, how long until Ricky Weeks is going to be manager? Maybe he's kind of on the job training with Pat Murphy. How much of the success from the last couple of years, though, and Pat Murphy may be in line to win his second Manager of the Year award in 2 years, did that change the outlook? Like, okay, maybe we thought Weeks was going to be the manager in a few years. That has changed now because of the job that Pat Murphy has done and where the ball club's at. Is that a factor in some of these decisions? That to me is just pure speculation. Maybe Weeks, after these last couple of years, just is like, you know what? I want to get back to a front office, or I want to do a front office role. The everyday managing, in the dugout, just maybe not his cup of tea. I don't know. But it is kind of weird because, I mean, I think a lot of people thought Ricky Weeks was going to be, and maybe he eventually still will be. But I think that one was an interesting decision coming out of left field. Connor Dawson was the hitting coach. I was blanking on the hitting coach who's going to Kansas City and such. So in terms of who would take over managing the game, because what are the odds that Pat Murphy won't get ejected in a single game out of 162? They're pretty low. So, like, who's the next man up? I'm really curious to see if they give Chris Hook more duties, another job title, more responsibilities, and maybe he's that guy, because you talk about position coaches, hitting coaches, pitching coaches, assistant coaches. That dude is so valuable to this ball club. If he were to leave to take a job elsewhere, it would be a huge loss to the Brewers. I'd be curious if maybe he gets a little bit more of that responsibility and maybe he's the next man up. A little bit of an increase in pay to stay around too. I don't know. Just throwing it out there. We'll ask Brandon, get his thoughts on that coming up in the next hour. So, all right. Shot clock's going to cut me off. We're going to take we got news updates, and then we're going to do a little inside the training room with Dr. Austin Crow, who's also getting ready for a big high school football game tonight, Regis and Mondovi. So that's going to be a fantastic one. 1 hour in. We got a couple more to go. Stick around. We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
weekend, a few flurries possible. On 13 First Alert, meteorologist Derek Dahlman.
From the first whistle to the final buzzer, from the locker room to the deer stand, it's sports Wisconsin style. This is the Dan Kasper Show, your home for hard-hitting takes, in-depth conversations, and some fun along the way.
All right, second hour kicking off right now on this Friday morning of November 7th. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Whether you're listening on the radio dials or online or checking out the video stream, all that good stuff. Coming up in a little bit later on, we'll do some local sports roundup. A busy night, busy day for some prep sports. We've got Bear and volleyball going to be starting their state match coming up in about an hour over in Green Bay. Eau Claire Regis volleyball picking up a win to advance to the championship game. So plus plenty of football, including a big one tonight between Eau Claire Regis and Mondovi. And, well, let's chat with one of the coaches for that group, Dr. Austin Crow. How you doing, Austin?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
Not bad, man. How pumped up? How is the team pumped up for tonight's game for Regis and Mondovi, the rematch?
Yeah, obviously playoffs, conference rival, how the last game turned out. I mean, it really couldn't be turned up any higher. So, I mean, the boys are excited and ready. We know it's going to be a tough game. Both teams are skilled. Both teams have a lot of desire to advance to the next round. And again, I'm sure there's a little bit of kind of payback that Mondovi wants against us with the kind of last minute win we had against them. But it was just a fantastic game last time, and I expect a similar game tonight. Yeah,
and last week too, Fall Creek, a tough matchup, which you guys were talking about too, going down to the wire. So you guys, you're no stranger to some of these close games, it seems like.
Yeah, the old heart attack kids. Yeah. I mean, it's been, we've had a couple of games that we just kind of haven't came out the gates hot, and we've been a really good second half team, which obviously helps. Great coaching, along the way to kind of get the boys where they need to be and some adjustments at halftime. But I think if, we can come out strong and establish, a run game in the first half, I think we'll be in good shape. But I mean, they're not a team we can count on at any point. They have some really, really good weapons on offense. They have really good size in the offensive line. So it'll be a battle. There is no doubt about that.
Yeah, no doubt. So, all right, let's start off. I mean, last week's games, should we start off with Jaden Daniels, that gruesome elbow injury? I think a lot of us have seen the video with that injury and such. So, kind of tell us, and obviously it's a benefit because it's not on his throwing arm, right? But I mean, is this something that's going to probably keep him out for the rest of the year, or just at least at bare minimum a long time?
Yeah, I mean, so interestingly, elbow dislocations, when they're a simple dislocation, which is what basically the word in the street, that's what it is. So they kind of basically came out and said there was no bony injury. So when it comes to elbow dislocations, there's a lot of people who are like, well, he tore ligaments. Yeah, for sure. I mean, you dislocate your elbow, you tear multiple ligaments every single time. I mean, you can't dislocate a joint without tearing things. So, but the elbow is a relatively stable joint. So once you get it popped back in, if there's no bony injury, the elbow actually gets relatively stable fairly quickly. And when you support it with a brace, people are able to get back and play much sooner than most people think. So given who it is and what's on the line, maybe they'll play it slower. But honestly, there's a lot of times we get people back playing within a couple weeks with a dislocated elbow. If it's a simple dislocation, again, no bony injury.
Interesting.
If you break a bone with it, totally different story. I mean, often it's surgical, and then you're talking, months, 6 months, something like that. But for this, I could see him back, especially again. Yeah, if it's his throwing arm, totally different story. But non-throwing arm, it's possible with a brace he could be back in a handful of weeks. But they may also elect to say, look, we're just not willing to risk it at all, because of course the elbow will be a little more unstable and at risk. But again, it's one that, and especially because they're so gruesome. I mean, you see the arm flop, and it's just like, oh my gosh, that's really, it kind of almost turns your stomach. But they really, you pop them back in, the elbow actually is pretty stable. We generally will splint them for a week or so just to allow the initial healing phase, and then we actually want to get the elbow moving. One of the biggest complications with an elbow dislocation is actually stiffness, ironically. So you think about a joint that's unstable, well, it's not instability, it's the exact opposite. It's stiffness that we worry about long term. So they'll get him doing therapy and moving, and like I said, when the hinge elbow brace, he may be back sooner than a lot of people think.
Yeah, no, it's still, that video makes you look a little queasy. And my wife saw it and she's like,
Yep.
"Ooh, yikes!" So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Packers, Tucker Kraft. I held off texting you right away when it happened because I knew you were watching. I knew you were watching your Vikings help us out by defeating the Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
So,
We're always here to help.
but it wasn't a non-contact injury. He got hit in the side, and I was like, okay, MCL, maybe an MCL, but it is, in fact. I've only heard ACL. I haven't heard if it's an MCL as well. But, when we hear about ACL injuries, we hear a lot about the non-contact injuries and such. But in this case, was there just maybe enough force to that knee where it tore that ACL?
Yeah, so likely what happened is the knee buckled in. You get a rotational force with it too, because that's how the ACL tears is with rotation. So MCLs, you're correct. You take a direct blow, generally in the outside of the knee falls in, it opens like a hinge. And so it basically depends on kind of the position of the knee when you get hit, what gets injured. And I'll tell you, odds are he probably has an MCL with it as well. Whether it's a high grade or low grade, that will alter the treatment potentially. So if it's a really high grade one, they may consider doing a repair at the same time as his ACL reconstruction. If it's a lower grade, generally we just brace those along with the ACL and they heal and fine. So that'll be obviously one of the variables. But yeah, I mean, the majority of ACL injuries are non-contact. So when I get kids that come into clinic and say, I landed funny or I jumped and felt the pop or what things, it's generally non-contact. So when you see an athlete step and pivot and then he does a little buckle and they go down, there's a high chance that's an ACL tear. Now, that being said, there are guys who get hit or gals who get hit and those contact ones can occur as well. So, I mean, Adrian Peterson, his was the same thing. I mean, if you remember, he was running, leg planted, hit from the side, same thing. Tucker Kraft's foot was down, gets hit. And just that force, the knee buckles in and rotates, and then unfortunately there goes the ACL.
Yeah, man. So I want to ask you, Kyler Murray. Now they just keep saying foot injury, and you got Jacoby Brissett taking over, and we haven't seen Kyler Murray in a couple weeks, and now he's on injured reserve. But they keep saying it's a foot injury, it's a foot issue. At least I haven't seen anything specific. I mean, would that be potential Jones fracture he's dealing with, or how tricky are foot injuries when it comes to maybe mobile quarterbacks or quarterbacks in general like Kyler Murray?
Yeah, I mean, so they have been pretty tight-lipped on exactly what the actual injury is. It sounds as though it's going to be more of a Lisfranc type injury, so a midfoot sprain, so not a Jones fracture. Usually they'll call that out. So this is either going to be a Lisfranc or some other. There's several ligaments in the midfoot, but Lisfranc is the most famous one. And those injuries, like we've talked about with other athletes in the past, I mean, those are very significant to anyone. I mean, really, it's hard to be an athlete if you can't plant your foot and drive, right? So that really creates a scenario where on a mobile quarterback, it's going to alter their game markedly. And with that, inability to move, I mean, even a stationary quarterback is going to have troubles. Now you add a guy like Kyler Murray, where a big part of his game is being able to move side to side, get out of the pocket, extend plays. Yeah, that's going to limit him big time. So I'm sure he's had MRIs. I'm sure they've assessed the severity. They haven't talked surgery, at least that I've heard. So hopefully it doesn't come back, because then that's a much more significant recovery timeline. But you're talking a significant midfoot sprain could be easily 4 to 6 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks if it's kind of in that grade 2 zone, where I'm guessing they're hoping to try void surgery if they can, but obviously that'll depend on how he progresses.
I forgot to ask this one last time we were chatting, but I want to ask about Cam Scatterbo and his injury, another gruesome one if you didn't see the video with the ankle dislocation.
I did.
Yeah, the ankle dislocation. Kind of what we were talking with Jane Daniels in that one, but this is a running back and obviously uses both ankles, to be running and such.
Most of the time they do.
Most of the time, yeah. So he's already undergone surgery and such, but what's the prognosis for a young running back to come back from that type of injury?
Yeah, I mean, it really, like standard ankle fractures, people actually do pretty dang well. So the question is there other injuries along with it? So sometimes with a dislocation like that, sometimes you'll also take out what's called the syndesmosis, which is the high ankle. So you can get a fracture where you disrupt bones and ligaments, and that's how it dislocates, right? And then if you have additional injuries to other ligamentous structures, that can affect how you need to treat it and also the prognosis. But on the whole, I mean, generally, someone breaks your ankle. I mean, if you think of Dak Prescott's, for example, that's one that's probably in recent memory. I mean, same thing. I mean, that ankle flopped around. I mean, he's back running around. I don't think you can tell which one was his bad ankle. I mean, it really healed well. So another one that's again gruesome to see, but the actual prognosis is pretty good. So hopefully it was isolated to just one or two of the bones and maybe one ligament, and doesn't involve the high ankle. I mean, prognosis is actually quite good.
I want to talk a little bit about shoulder injuries because your running back, Aaron Jones, is listed as a shoulder injury. Matthew Golden for the Packers wasn't able to finish the game last week because they say it's a shoulder injury, but he was limited in practice, potentially could play for this weekend. When you hear shoulder injuries and, maybe leaving a game early, but they're able to come back for the next game, what kind of runs through your mind as maybe some potential issues that they're having with that shoulder?
Yeah, I mean, there's a wide variety. I mean, some of the more simple things would be like a direct contusion, like a contusion to the shoulder, where like the contusion is basically a fancy word for bruise, which a lot of people scoff at. But if you get a contusion, especially to the cuff, I mean, people have difficulty even moving the arm, so it can be a significant thing that limits it. But the good news is, of course, those heal on their own. So that'd be kind of the bottom line. Certainly, shoulder subluxations and dislocations are things that people will have. So that basically results in a labral tear. Those are things. But if they're going to get back in a week, you're probably not dealing with a dislocation. Maybe a subluxation where the joint doesn't come all the way out, just part of the way. Usually they'll call it a separated shoulder, which is an injury to the AC joint. So they'll call it that specifically, but sometimes they lump that in with shoulder. That can be something that people can bounce back pretty quickly with. So a bunch of different things that can really pop up. And then there's, of course, weird things where you get, some kind of strange strain around the shoulder. But I would say in football, I mean, AC injuries and shoulder instability are number 1 and 2 by a mile as far as significant injuries to the shoulder. We see those day in and day out. So those would be the most likely suspects. I
want to ask you to kind of wrap it up. So Packers head coach Matt LaFleur yesterday talking about Marshawn Lloyd, and I know we've talked about him with the hamstring issues that he's been having, but LaFleur yesterday said, we sent him out west to get his body right. Now, I don't know what he meant by just maybe going to California and sitting on a beach or something like that. I don't know. But when you
don't help anybody, right?
Right, exactly. So I don't know if that's, did he maybe just go out and get tested? Kind of like what we talked about with, was it Watson going down to Madison and trying to figure out stuff like that. But when you hear a coach like that say, yeah, we sent him out west to get his body right, do you think that's just like testing to undergo testing and stuff?
I don't know. I mean, that's a great question. It's certainly nebulous. I mean, that's about as vague as it gets.
Yeah.
It could be, I mean, maybe it could be going and trying some alternate, medicine stuff. So with like hyperbaric oxygen, UV light, peptides, injections, PRP. I mean, it could be a million things that they're referring to or alluding to. But or maybe it is literally just like, we know you're not ready, just go decompress and have a chance to kind of get your body going in the right direction. I don't know. There's a lot of things that people are, in this day and age, especially on social media and stuff. I mean, there's little new tricks and things to beat problems left and right. And, half the time it turns out that person's trying to sell something. So I always, buyer beware. But, there are things that are more cutting edge that people are trying. I mean, so biologic injections are gaining more and more ground. So that's things like PRP or stem cell injections. I mean, historically, guys, if you remember back when Kobe was like, went to Germany in off season to get these injections, and now they're being done routinely in the United States. So those things have kind of become a little bit more mainstream, but it's hard to say for sure what it is. But the ultimate challenge with those is they're hard to rush, because if you rush and come back too soon, you dig a lot deeper hole. So, and it's always a challenge to say, like, when can they come back? Because if you wait too long, then you're like, well, we missed some opportunity, we could have been playing. On the flip side, come back too soon, you re-injure, and now it's another month or two, and it can make the injury much worse. So those are really, because it's not like we can really easily, so it's like a broken bone, you get x-ray, all right, it's healing, or an MRI to look, it might be able to see some edema, but like, how's that muscle going to react when you really stress it and strain it, and you just don't know that. So again, to answer your question, unclear, but I'm sure they're throwing the kitchen sink just to see if they can get that thing to go in the right direction.
He's Dr. Austin Crowe, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Appreciate the time. Best of luck tonight. We had one texter say, ask Dr. Crowe about that quarterback from Mondovi. That kid can sling it. So
Yeah, he's a sophomore. My son's a sophomore as well. So we've been playing against him in youth sports for a number of years. So I've seen him in action. And he's pretty darn good. There's no question about it. So we're gonna have to do a good job containing him, try avoid letting him scramble and extend plays. He's really a dual threat quarterback. He can run and throw. So yeah, he's good. We'll try to contain him, do our best. I'm sure he'll get some plays because he's an athlete, but we'll try to contain him.
Well, best of luck. We'll be watching, sir, and then we'll catch up with you again next week. Okay, bud?
Absolutely, you guys take care.
You got it. There you go. There's Dr. Austin Crow, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Let's take a quick break, and we'll go get Mr. Berg, Mr. Brandon Berg. He's coming up after these quick words. As Dr. Crow is getting set for that big football game tonight, big one, Regis Mondovi. A lot of big games coming up for tonight here, too. We're going to do our Carpet City Flooring Center local sports spotlights coming up in just a little bit here with our guy, Mr. Brandon Berg, who is joining us this morning. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Not bad, man. Not bad. So I know we got state volleyball, which Barron is going to be starting here in about 35 minutes or so. So up and at it early.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure they're probably warming up right now too. On
Probably,
recording
yeah.
that
I mean, I'm
stuff,
sure they're there already and maybe walking around the Rush Center, just getting themselves ready to go out there and go.
I know the other day, WIA announcing that and we can hit this up when we get to our local sports too, but they're going to be doing volleyball, state volleyball, and basketball at Green Bay for
Girls basketball.
girls basketball.
Girls basketball.
Girls basketball and volleyball till 2030, was it at least?
Sounds right, yeah. So basically just extending the agreement that they have.
Is it? You've been there many times. You liked how the setup is?
I do. I think that's a good decision. Green Bay does a good job hosting those, and volleyball had kind of floated around a little bit prior to Green Bay. It's been in Green Bay for a while now, but girls basketball used to be in Madison. Felt like sometimes maybe near the end, girls basketball kind of got lost in the shuffle, unfortunately, a little bit in Madison, just because they do so much there. That obviously they do wrestling, they do hockey, they do boys basketball, they do so many other sports that maybe it wasn't as prominently featured as it could have been. So I mean, going to Green Bay, obviously the Rush Center is a great venue for that. Green Bay certainly has the infrastructure to host these communities when they travel over there to watch their teams. So it makes a lot of sense.
Right. So again, we'll do a little local sports coming up here a little bit later on. I want to get right to some Brewers chat with you because we've had. Well, I mean, that's the one thing with the Major League Baseball. As soon as the World Series is done, offseason kind of starts right up a few days afterwards. So we've had options being picked up or declined, et cetera, et cetera. First, I want to get your thoughts on the Ricky Weeks moving to a front office role. A little bit of a surprise, I think, because I think, when he was first associate manager, it almost gave the impression that, okay, he's going to be the manager in waiting. Not only that, him moving to a front office role, but the Brewers apparently not bringing in a bench coach to pick up his duties, and they're just going to spread those duties amongst their current staff. That to me is a little surprising too, because let's be real, Pat Murphy's probably not going to manage every single game. He's probably going to get ejected. So it's like, okay, who's that guy going to fill in? Is there a Chris Hook who maybe like, hey, let's give him a different title and maybe an increase in pay so that guy sticks around here? What kind of went through your mind when you heard all that?
Well, I mean, if you go back 2 years, obviously when Ricky Weeks came aboard, that was kind of the thought anyway, at least from us, was Ricky Weeks is kind of that he's the next guy, and Pat Murphy was maybe that bridge to get there. And obviously it's been a successful few years for Pat Murphy, and maybe this is one of those things where Pat Murphy might he might be hanging around a little bit, maybe longer than originally thought.
That's what I was wondering too. Like
maybe they thought it was like a 2 or 3 year thing, but now they're seeing it, and he's feeling
having
good.
Success.
He's having success, and obviously seems like he's enjoying what he's doing. So, and maybe it's a thing where Ricky Weeks did it for a few years, and maybe he just decided it wasn't for him, kind of a thing. Maybe I don't know if this was a decision that ultimately came down from the team, if it came down from him, if it was maybe it was a combination of the things,
right?
Communicating throughout the last few years, but yeah, I mean, obviously it's a little bit different than maybe what we were expecting. Kind of the plan of secession, I guess, to go from Murphy to Weeks, but yeah, it's interesting.
It is.
I mean, but obviously he's still staying involved with the franchise, just doing it in a bit of a different way.
And there's nothing to say that maybe he still does down the road.
Yeah.
Could
be.
Just kind of dabbling into a little bit of everything within it's the unique thing with baseball. A lot of these managers come from different avenues.
Right. Or you can be a manager. You can be like Gabe Kapler. You can be a manager, and then now there's so much kind of crossover within baseball that you can kind of do that. It's not like you have to go kind of one way or the other.
Right.
Be it a coach or a front office person.
But I am really curious to see who does take over some of those roles and such. And I don't know, like Chris Hook is the one we all know because of the pitching and such, and we know how valuable he is to this franchise when it comes to that. So is that an option where it's like, it's like football, we'll give you like Rich Bisaccia, assistant head coach title, right, or the run game coordinator for defense and such. So it's like Chris Hook's pitching coach and some fancy other title to go along with it, sort of thing. But it comes with an increase.
Zara running first to third with less than 2 outs.
It's stuff like offensive coordinator. I've heard that, and like defensive coordinator in baseball.
Yeah.
You've heard that. But we'll find out when they announce, their coaching staff, because they do lose Connor Dawson.
Yep. He went to Kansas City. He's from Kansas City, so I mean it's a bit like the Derek Johnson thing back in the day, where Derek Johnson went to Cincinnati to be their pitching coach, in part because he's from that area. So I mean that's an opportunity. And I mean, the Brewers had like 17 different pitching or hitting coaches.
Exactly. So, but I don't know if they would fill that one, bring in another one, who knows?
Who knows? We don't know.
So.
It's going to be probably just one of those things we don't know until suddenly we just see, hey, they sent out the press release.
Yep. So the Brandon Woodruff one. So I've seen it different. I think it's Brandon declined his option, right? But I've seen other people phrase it like the team. But it was Brandon Woodruff that, from what I've seen, is that he's the one who declined his option.
I believe so.
Yeah. I don't know if it's just the wording of some of the piece I've seen, but he declined it, which Brewers then have to give him $10 million because it was a $20 million mutual. If anybody said no, it was a 10. Brewers yesterday offering him a qualifying offer. Now, it is a bit of a gamble, right, at this point, because if Brandon Woodruff's like, yeah, I'll take that, you're potentially giving him $30 million, a little over $30 million this year. If he signs a contract somewhere else, Brewers get a draft pick in return, or the Brewers could just sign him to
right.
a
You can
contract.
still, you can still sign him.
Right.
So
there's about 3 different ways this thing could go, or they trade him too, which
I believe if you sign him, you can't trade him until like June or something. Like you
like
can't
that,
just
yeah.
sign him and then trade him right away.
Right. So, I don't think, for anybody, this doesn't mean that he's gone, that he's not coming back or anything. Now, I don't know if they could come up with a contract where with the language, with the $10 million option, they redo that? I don't know. I'm not going to pretend like I don't know if they can do that. But I wouldn't say this shuts the door on Brandon Woodruff coming back by any means.
I don't think so.
Mm-hmm.
No, and I mean, I was actually a little surprised they did it.
Mm-hmm.
Glad they did, though, because obviously if he were to leave, I mean, because that's going to be the thing. Like, it's going to be very interesting to see what his market is in free agency.
Yeah.
Because he was successful coming back last year, but there were still kind of, bumps in the road. And it didn't look the same as it had looked prior to the injury. But at the same time, now he's going to be a year removed from the shoulder surgery, where sometimes you kind of start to see guys maybe get a bump in velocity back.
Mm-hmm.
So, but that's going to be kind of a pretty big domino just to kind of see just what happens there.
Right. Yeah. So, we had earlier in the week, we were kind of talking about, we do a segment called Tell Me I'm Wrong and sort of, and we had somebody say, tell me I'm wrong, that it was a mistake to bring back Woodruff on this. It was a waste of money and such, which I didn't really agree with. But I get where people are kind of looking at that, like, okay, first year he didn't play, then all the injuries this year. But those injuries this year was like, the comebacker, you can't really prevent.
Right. It wasn't necessarily related to the shoulder.
Right. So how would you assess the 2 years in for Brandon Woodruff? Are you still glad that they did?
I am. I mean, you knew year one, like, he wasn't going to be able to play.
Right.
Like, that was just kind of the understanding.
Mm-hmm.
But, being able to come back, like, I do think that helped to give the team a bit of a lift.
Mm-hmm.
He was a good veteran to have with a pretty young team. Like, I still don't have any, I would say, regrets over them doing that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad that, because remember that when he first kind of re-signed, nothing was a given as far as like him coming back. Like, I'm glad he got that opportunity in Milwaukee. Right. Obviously, now we'll see what entails. I mean, he's going into this thinking like, hey, this might be his last chance to get a big payday. And obviously, we can look at the money he made through arbitration stuff with the Brewers, but at the same time, like, that injury came at the worst possible time for him.
Yes.
Because he was set to make good money, like
probably wouldn't be with the Brewers. Really.
No, generational altering money for the Woodruff family and the Woodruff's next generation.
Yep. Yeah.
And unfortunately, the injury came and that didn't happen. So now this might be his one shot because he's 32, I think.
Yeah, early 30s.
So best case scenario, a 2 or 3 year deal that might have some ups, some good money to it, where he might be set and then you kind of go from there. But like, this might be his last chance to get a big contract.
Mm-hmm. Right. So I look at this offseason, and I know free agency started yesterday, but it's not like the NFL or the NBA. It's like
the legal tampering period. We're at 3:01 p.m. Suddenly we've got 20 messages flowing out from insiders talking about how player has agreed to deal.
Right. Exactly. So, but I look at this offseason, Brandon, for this division, and I think it's going to be one of the more interesting off seasons for a division as a whole, even with the Pirates, because, I feel like if they don't do a whole lot, then the Paul Skeens trade talk is going to just amplify even more. Reds, okay, how do you build upon what you just did this past year? Cardinals have missed the postseason the last 3 years. Are they going to be a little bit more aggressive? Obviously, the Cubs, I think there's like, okay, third year of Craig Counsell, do they try to spend a lot in free? And then what do the Brewers do after coming off of 97 wins? I look at this Central Division and then the lockout potentially coming in 2027. Right. To me, this division is going to be fascinating to watch this offseason.
I think so. You've got teams at different spots, but at the same time, I think you've got, at the very least 3, with the Brewers, the Cubs, and the Reds that are probably saying, hey, they made the playoffs last year. You would think, hey, we're legitimate contenders. They all have, cornerstone pieces, players that they think, okay, these players will be back. So we feel like we can do this again.
Yep.
How do you build around that? And obviously they're going to kind of look to do that in different ways.
Mm-hmm. Right. Really quick before we take a break, Paul on our YouTube stream says about Woodruff. I feel like we have all had Woodruff's back. Now he has turned his back. Am I wrong thinking that?
I don't think. As I've gotten older, I think I've definitely become the person of the mindset like athletes should get their money because it's never guaranteed and you never know what can happen.
Mm-hmm.
It was a two-way street where, Brendan Woodruff pitched well for the Brewers last year, so it's not like he didn't give them anything.
Right.
At the end of the day, I feel like, you kind of got to be loyal to yourself. You have to look out for yourself because in many cases, teams may not.
Mm-hmm.
Now, look, he could ultimately just re-sign with the Brewers or he could accept the qualifying offer and then, 2 weeks from now, because I think the deadline is in a couple weeks, but and then ultimately this is just, kind of done, at least for a year.
I'll go with this route. Let me throw this question out. Okay. Say Woodruff picked up the option. Would you be comfortable that if the Brewers said, yeah, we want you back, here's $20 million for 1 year? Would you as a Brewers fan be comfortable with $20 million to give to Brandon Woodruff for 1 year? Or, okay, he declines it, but you extend him for a couple of years and it's less than $20 million, maybe for the math purposes. You know what I mean? They could still sign him to an extension.
Right. This is just kind of a step in the process. This isn't the end.
Right. So, maybe it works out to where, yes, he's going to get money, but it might actually be less than the $20 million per year. Would that be a bigger win for the Brewers at that point? I would think so, right? So, I say we just wait and see.
Right.
Before it kind of.
And that's always the thing about the baseball offseason. It is. It's like a drip.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas obviously football, everything is pretty much done within the first 3 days.
Right. Yep. Yeah, and that's why a lot of the big names in baseball free agency are probably not going to sign right away.
No.
It's different. So it's way different. All right, let's take a quick break, and I want to talk some more Badger football with Luke Fickell coming back for 2026 officially. Let's hit that up after these quick words. If you are heading to the woods this weekend and you have some luck with that deer, you're not sure what to do with it afterwards, take it to our good friends at Mike's Star Market on the west side of Eau Claire and let them take care of the rest for you. You can get it made into some steaks, sausages, beef jerky, snack sticks, whatever the case may be. They'll make it simple, easy for you. Don't have to worry about butchering it yourself, and then you get a high-quality product in return. And keep them in mind, too, if you are hitting the woods when it comes to the deer gun season coming up here in just a couple of weeks. Speaking of Mike's Star Market, we got Cream of the Crop coming up next hour, brought to you by Mike's Star Market. So if you want to make your picks for Cream of the Crop, you can let us know by hitting us up with a text, 715-830-1912. I know we talked a little bit about it in the first hour, but yesterday, Chris McIntosh making it official. Luke Fickell will be coming back next year, which, again, I don't think it was a big surprise for anybody. Maybe just for some that were holding out a little bit of hope that wasn't going to be the case. They're probably a little bit more upset about it. But, again, we hear Luke Fickell saying, we're going to invest more money into this. We're going to invest more into resources and infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera. I guess the question is that the main issue with this? Is money all of a sudden going to turn this program around in 1 year? Now, I know they got an easier schedule. I was looking at it. Yes, they got Notre Dame at Lambeau Field to open it up. They got Penn State, but Penn State's going to have a new coach. What are they going to look like next year? They don't have Ohio State. They don't have Michigan. They don't have Oregon. But, okay, so if you give Luke Fickell, let's say, one more year, and you're going to give him all this money, is that enough time to all of a sudden get all these players because you're going to pay them? And then what is the bare minimum? Is it got to be at least bowl eligible for next year? I mean, again, I don't think you and I are surprised he's coming back next year, but my question would be, is money the main reason why this team has suffered the last couple of years?
Right, and I don't know if I believe that.
Yeah, I don't know either.
You can look at certain positions and be like, okay, yeah, they could use more talent there, and obviously that now is going to come from money. But, there's just other things where there's certain things I just kind of look at with the way things are handled, and that's not players. And I'm just kind of like, what are we, what is this? In general, the quarterback situation this year.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know, maybe it's just because there is a lack of transparency or clarity, but I don't know. I see it, and I'm just like, when I see stuff like that, and it's like, there's just such, like a sheet of, it's almost like they there's just not much being communicated. You're just kind of like, well, do they know what they're doing?
Right.
Obviously, you go back to the whole Billy Edwards trying to play against Maryland and getting hurt even worse, re-enter, and then it just, then Danny O'Neal's playing, then suddenly he's not playing at all, and, Hunter Simmons has had, just three, let's be honest, 3 terrible games.
Right.
And look, after that Michigan game, I sang his praises because I saw some things I liked in that game. But after that, it's just been downhill.
Yeah.
Has he thrown for more than 100 yards in any of those games?
I don't think so.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
There's no, and that's just not on him. That's on the offense too.
Right.
What are you as a, Jeff Grimes? What are you as a coordinator doing to help your quarterback out?
Right.
There's just a major malfunction at the junction when it comes to that right now. But I wasn't surprised when I saw it. It was kind of, I think we kind of talked about it a little bit last week. It's kind of what I expected at this point with with all of the other changes other people are going under, I just didn't have that vibe that a change was coming. Plus, look, that buyout is a real thing.
Yeah.
But I think unquestionably now, what this does is it ties Chris McIntosh to Luke Fickell.
Yes.
If next year Luke Fickell fails to meet expectations again, Luke Fickell's out the door, and Chris McIntosh probably is too.
Right. I know we had some people saying that they were hoping McIntosh was going to be gone after this year, but I don't think that's going to be the case when you see, statements from him, but it's also pretty much co-signed with the chancellor.
Right.
So, but I think you're right. Those two are tied at the hip.
Right. And maybe it's one of those things where if, let's say Luke Fickell was fired, I don't say management's the right word, but if the school did not have the faith in McIntosh to hire the next coach, then he's pretty much out the door anyway. Because when you don't let your athletic director do his job,
right,
you're basically you're already divorced. You're just not admitting it.
Yeah, exactly.
So at this point, you might as well double down and
just wipe it clean.
Right, and if it goes bad, then it goes bad for everybody, kind of thing. And it was I do think it was a good decision to, if you're going to do this, get it out there now.
Yeah.
Because then there's no questions going down the stretch. It's not something we're talking about as much. It's, and probably maybe even more importantly, it's communication to those recruits. They're like, hey, because you got to figure all those people that have given their verbals and will, probably be signing next month at the, the early signing are coming in part because of Luke Fickell. So you don't want that hanging over like, yeah, but is this guy that I'm, committing to, is he going to be there?
Right. Yeah, you're right. So, and then, from a coaching standpoint, probably too, like assistants or such, I don't know if they would make any moves, like big time moves.
I mean, they
for
made, and the
coordinators,
thing is, they've made moves every year.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
And there's been turnover with, people that have left to go elsewhere. And then obviously, you're on your second offensive coordinator already. So I don't think, even though the offense has not been good at all, I don't think Jeff Grimes would be fired because I don't think they would be try to go for their third coordinator in 4 years.
Right. And it's not a third coordinator 4 years for good reasons where the guy has moved on to head coaching jobs.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
That sort of thing. So kind of like what Badgers defensive coordinators were going through.
Right, for a period of time where, Justin Wilcox, he was
Dave Aranda,
and then they finally got Jim Leonard, and he was here for a bit. But
right.
I just think that this wasn't a surprise. I get it. I'm at this point, I'm kind of at peace. I'm fine with it. But if they're in a similar spot at this point next year, then there's significant change, not just to football, but I also think with the athletic director.
Do you think the bare minimum for that program next year then is bowl eligible?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. I mean, down the stretch here, look, let's be honest. The Badgers are probably not going to be favored in any of these games the rest of the year.
No.
I don't think Badgers fans right now are expecting them to win any of these games.
No.
If you find a way to grab one, maybe two, you know what? Maybe that can kind of curtail some of this, frustration going into the offseason at least a little bit. But we don't know.
Right.
Maybe this, who knows? Maybe this does allow the team to play a little freer because this is going to hang over the head. But it's one of those things. I think at this point we all need to see it because we have not seen anywhere close to it yet.
Right.
This team, I'm trying to think of the last time this team has played a full three-phase game, where the offense, the defense, especially, even those wins at the start of the year, they weren't. It was the offense, against Middle Tennessee State and Miami. It was kind of the offense really struggling and then kind of getting going, but I wouldn't classify those games as, really good for those offenses.
Right.
So who knows? It's crazy because obviously you look at some of the upsets that have been sprung in college football, and then you're kind of like, on the one hand, you're kind of optimistic, like, well, why can't the Badgers do that? But that's like, well, it's because we've been watching the Badgers. And even as bad as it was for UCLA, they losing at home to New Mexico and all that, and then they go and they beat Penn State. But then it's not just that they beat Penn State; then they won games after that.
Exactly.
So
because how many times have we seen, new coach or interim coach, and there's that spark, but it's only for one game.
Right.
Yeah.
So and that's it. Like at this point, you got 4 games left. Assuming you don't run the table and make a bowl, which I don't think anyone is picking.
Right.
And I would not recommend picking. But you just want to see something that makes you say, okay, gives you a little bit of confidence, something going into the offseason. Now, and obviously the big question, and Jim Polzey from the Wisconsin State Journal had a great column about it, is it time for Carter Smith?
You see a lot of fans asking for that.
A freshman quarterback who was part of the class last year was, someone that's he's kind of been the guy that hasn't played this year. And now with 4 games left, the redshirt rule is you can play up to 4 games. So he could play the final 4 games of the season, and it won't count. He would still be able to keep that red shirt. And there really hasn't been anything said about, the quarterback situation. And I think it was even Colton Bartholomew from the Wisconsin State Journal who earlier this week had said, normally, Tuesdays, the starting quarterback will be available to the media or maybe the backup or whatever. Nobody was. So I don't is that because they don't want people to know? Is that because they don't know? And that's the big question. That's something that I'm really curious to see when they come out tomorrow afternoon against Washington, how that looks.
Right.
Who it is.
And, the other part of that too is, do you throw him out there? Because, it's the college world now too. A guy doesn't play, he may go somewhere to look to play.
Right.
Is this part of it just let's let him play? So then he's like, okay, yeah, I'll come back next year then sort of. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. Because, I'm a believer that you never want to throw people out there before they're ready. We don't know if he's ready or not. We haven't seen him in practice or anything like that, so we don't know.
Right.
But also at some point, the bar is so low with what we've seen from quarterback play, could it really be worse? And you hate to say that because it could always be worse. But, at this point, if someone's going to struggle, wouldn't you rather it be like a talented freshman who maybe can learn something from it, as opposed to a fifth-year senior who, let's be real, this time next year is probably not playing football somewhere.
Right. Yep. All right, we got to take our final break for this hour, so we'll do that. Send us your thoughts. Join in on the convo, peeps. Hit us up with a quick text, 715-830-1912, or join in on the video stream. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Just a few minutes left to the top of the hour. Coming up next hour, we'll do our cream of the crop and our AGM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. I want to throw this out there because we can start to kind of talk about it a little bit, Brandon. Next month, Festivus.
Oh, yes.
I'm already talking with Donna from VFW Post 305.
You bet.
Coming up with some ideas and such. And I want to add an element to this.
Okay.
So, well, one, we're going to be on for 4 hours instead of 3.
Oh, yeah.
Cool. I want to make it a listener and listener appreciation kind of party too. So I'm throwing it out there right now. If you don't have December 23rd off, work like a half day, come by in the morning or something like that, or take the day off, hang out with us for a little big. It's kind of like our Christmas little party for listeners and our partners too, our sponsors and such too.
Oh, yes.
I want to invite everybody to come on over and hang out with us for a little Festivus for the rest of us.
Festivus.
So
You got the pole over there in the corner.
Yep. So working on some ideas. I'm trying to brainstorm. I might have to pick your brain here too. So, but let's make it a little bit bigger too. A little bit
Last year
more
was
fun.
pretty big. I'm gonna be honest.
I don't think I've laughed that hard in a long time. Like literally tears watching C-Bomb and Surveyor. And
They had tears
Tim.
too, but maybe
Yeah.
of a different kind. As hey, they were troopers. They were champs.
Yep.
They went through the hot wing gauntlet.
Yep.
They are better men than I in that way. I never could have did that.
So I think they want to do it again. They, as in VFW. I don't think C-Bomb wants to do it again. So
Well, he won't have a Packer game to go to,
That's true.
so he won't have to travel across state. Which for many reasons, I don't understand how he was able to do that.
And sit through that. the
Right?
whole
No.
Yeah.
Maybe the cold bleacher helped. I don't know.
So maybe if they we'll take some new contenders for the
Yeah,
challenge.
let's just leave that open. Festivus activities,
December 23rd.
which is a Tuesday.
Yep, it's a Tuesday, which I don't believe there's school. So maybe some people taking a whole week off because it is,
Yeah.
Christmas and such. So, but yeah, put it on the calendar. Start to think about it a little bit, peeps. That's the other element I want to add to this. I want to make it like a listener appreciation, sponsor partner appreciation. So maybe we can get, like Jason from Carpet City Flooring Center to come over. Maybe we could get him to do the hot wing challenge. Think he'd do that? Peer pressure.
The
him?
power of peer pressure.
Yeah. So, but I wanted to put that out there right now just so everybody can put it in their cell phone calendars. Festivus.
Tuesday, December 23rd.
Because we can say it's next month.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, you're right.
wow, kind of crazy. It's weird to say it's week 10 of
Yeah,
the NFL
we're already
season.
we're more than halfway there. Whoa.
Bucks also back at it tonight too. So didn't think of it when the schedule came out, but it's actually an early season big game because the Chicago Bulls are actually off to a really good start. It's NBA Cup game tonight too.
Ooh,
So,
boy.
yeah, the 6-1 Bulls visiting the 5-3 Milwaukee Bucks. Tit time around 7. Still bugs me that the NBA can never start these games on time.
Right.
Coverage will begin on your radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM at 6:30. So big game there. We'll probably hit that up a little bit more. Also, Badger basketball's in action tonight too. Men's team.
Northern Illinois.
Northern Illinois. So shot clock's going to cut us off here in 30 seconds. So again, cream of the crop, last call for any picks for that. You can send those on over. Then we'll get to a little AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. Local Sports Roundup coming up a little bit later on. So we'll get to that. And you can hit us up on the video stream if you'd rather join in on the convo over there. So just wait. I got 5 seconds.
You are literally running the clock out.
I'm running it out like
One
old
shot.
school high school basketball.
One
Just
shot.
at state, just holding it onto it, holding it onto
shot.
the ball. So there you have it. 2 in. We got 2 more to go. News updates. We'll be back here in just a couple minutes. Third hour, kicking off right now on this Friday morning of November 7th. Thanks for hanging out, peeps. However, wherever you're at. Coming up in about an hour, we'll do our local sports roundup, brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. We got our AJM Automotive, Pump the Brakes, Full Throttle coming at you here in just a little bit. But we're going to kick off this hour with our Mike's Star Market Cream of the Crop. Got to figure out the hotkey so I could get that Cream of the Crop audio back up.
My goodness.
Hey, we got the phone now.
Yeah, we made progress, but
We
haven't truly made progress till Macho Man Randy Savage returns.
That's true. And maybe I'm waiting for when everything's done in here, and then we could say the Cream of the Crop. When we get the screen behind you and the screen behind me.
So I got to wait till 2028?
I know. But no, we got the phone working, so I'm pretty. It's going to get a little bit used to it. It's not a phone. It's actually a computer now.
Yep.
So it's the other studio give you a little bit of a peek. It was a phone yet. Like it was like hold and all that. Computer now. Like our contacts. There's one name, and Brandon can see it too because he's got his own screen.
Dr. Crow. Who's that?
Yeah. So Brandon's even got his own screen he can see over there. So we're getting up there in the world, man.
Moving on up.
All right, Cream of the Crop. Well, before we get to ours, John made his pick. Alexander Ovechkin for his 900th goal, only player to reach 90. I love me some Ovi.
Yeah, there is now officially a 900 goal club, and he's the only one in it.
Yep. So that's a good one. That is a very good one. Who is your Cream of the Crop?
I'm gonna go a little closer to home. I'm gonna go John Blackwell.
Yeah.
Obviously, coming off of an off season where he kind of tested the NBA waters, comes back. He's someone that's going to be the unquestioned kind of go-to guy for that Badgers basketball team this year. It's like, okay, well, how's it going to come out? How's it going to look? Comes out 31 points right off the bat. Obviously, looking like he hasn't skipped a beat. I mean, they're going to go as far as he leads them to this year, I think. I mean, there's great sporting cast around him, I think. I think people are going to really like Nick Boyd once you see a little bit more of him.
Yeah.
But, John Blackwell, I think, is poised for a big-time, like, first-team All-Big Ten type caliber season.
I'm really excited to see him this year. I just, in a college basketball landscape too, where guys, AJ Stores, jump around. Blackwell, you don't see a lot of guys grow within a program, and Blackwell's been there. Even when he declared for the NBA process last year, he said, "But I'm coming back to Wisconsin if I decide to come back," which I think we all kind of knew, and it was smart by him to go and get feedback.
and that is something like you get feedback because look, if suddenly he blows it up and they say, "Hey, you could be like a top half of the first round pick," like you go.
Yeah. Yep.
But
I loved it when he said, "If I'm coming back, it's going to be Wisconsin."
Right.
He didn't have that door open, and let's be real, maybe he could have cashed in elsewhere.
Yeah.
For NIL.
And here's the thing. Oh yeah, I'm sure there are some. There are probably some blue bloods that would have taking him on, but no, yeah, you appreciate that.
Yeah, yep. So that's a good one. I'll say it. It was a good World Series. Cream of the Crop. I'll say World Series.
It was.
Game 7. You go to extras, the drama. The plays over. Yes, I know Dodgers won it, which for a lot of people is ugh. But entertainment standpoint, it was pretty darn good.
And it was. Like, baseball viewership is on the upswing.
Yeah.
Did I see that? I think
51.
It was something when you're factoring like worldwide viewership. It was the most viewed was it baseball game or World Series game since was it Game 7 in '91?
It was Game 7 of World Series, the Jack Morris game.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Yep.
So
that's pretty impressive.
No, baseball has to be happy with that. Like
the fact that got more than my favorite Game 7, Diamondbacks and Yankees.
That is a little surprising.
Yeah.
Maybe there's obviously with Shohei and Yamamoto, there's a little bit maybe
Probably.
a little more interest elsewhere, but still that is interesting because that one was
Toronto. So
Toronto. So you have entire. So yeah, in some ways that was kind of maybe a bit of a perfect storm, but still give credit. It was a really good series.
It was.
You had multiple extra inning games to have one going down in Game 7 the way it did.
Yep. Yeah, it was really entertaining. So I gotta tip the cap to it. So Cream of the Crop. For that,
begrudgingly before the Dodgers signed Kyle Tucker.
Yeah, that's Kyle Tucker. Do they want to get some bullpen help? Maybe,
sure
possibly. Edwin Diaz. They could get some closers and just build up their bullpen that way.
Maybe that's where Devin Williams goes on a 1-year prove-it deal.
Yeah, Devin Williams, Edwin Diaz. Just let's have a bunch of closers come in for a
9-year-old
bullpen.
playing MLB The Show.
Yeah. Would that surprise you if that's the route they went?
No,
wouldn't surprise me. By any means. So, All right, you ready to do a little AGM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle? AGM Automotive, again, if you're looking, if it's time to get an oil change, or maybe with this cold snap coming up here, maybe it's a reminder like, hey, I need some new tires before the ice-covered roads and such, or snow-covered roads. They can help you out with that. Or if you need a tow, they provide towing services as well. Engine work, brakes, they do it all at AEJM Automotive. Just give them a call, 715-835-9523. Since we were talking a little bit about Brandon Woodruff earlier, Pump the Brakes Full Throttle, Brandon Woodruff's career in Milwaukee is done.
I'm going to pump the brakes. I still think there's a decent chance he accepts the qualifying offer.
You think he accepts the...
I think there's a decent chance.
That's a lot of money then.
It is. It is. But that's what I'm looking at from his perspective.
Right.
Like,
ooh.
So I was actually, I said I was a little surprised they offered it. I'm glad they did, but like, I think there's a decent chance he accepts it.
There's a part of me that wonders, are the Brewers and Woodruff talking? You know what I mean? Like, hey, we're going to do this, but like, can you just not accept it so we're not giving you 30, but we want to keep you around? You know what I'm, like, that communication sort of thing? Because I got to imagine there's got to be a mutual respect between the two.
Right. Right. There's no bitterness or anything there where he's like, I'm going.
Right.
No.
There's this part of me that feels like there's been some communication going on.
I feel like all things being equal, if the money was relatively close, he would stay in Milwaukee.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, look, they may not match, you know, whoever the top, because I could see a team like the Mets throwing him, you know, obviously with the Stearns connection, you know, maybe throwing him like a 2-year, $50 million deal, for example.
Dare I say Cubs with counsel?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's possible. But like, if it was,
he's a Texas guy though, too,
he's a
right?
Texas guy. So, I mean, Rangers, Astros, you never know.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But like, I don't know. I think there's a decent chance he just accepts a qualifying offer.
And could they, if he accepts it, could they still do a contract extension sort of thing?
They could, but I don't know if they would.
Yeah.
Like,
because that's just a lot of money, $30-some million.
It
you
is.
know? And I know there's no salary cap, but I mean, this is the Brewers.
The Brewers kind of have a self-imposed salary cap. So.
Yeah. Wow, man. Pump the brakes, Full Throttle. The Bucks desperately need a more consistent number 2 scorer behind Giannis, because they've got like a boatload of guys with double figures, but there's a significant drop off. It's Ryan Rollins.
I'll still pump the brakes on that a little bit. I still think they can operate as intended. Remember, there's still no Gary Trent Jr.
Mm-hmm.
He's still on the comeback trail. So, like, I think they could still operate this way and be successful.
I would be nervous though if Giannis, knock on wood, misses extended time. Granted, yes, I know they beat the Warriors without him, but there's also a part of me that's like, okay, but can that be a consistent thing? Mm-hmm. You know, especially when it gets to like postseason stuff. But let's be real. Giannis misses time, even if they have a legit second scorer, they're still going to.
I mean, we've seen that.
Right.
We've seen that already in the postseason.
Right. We did this as a poll, and it was like 90-some% said yes. And I get why people would kind of look at that. I mean, you got the Raptors with like 3 guys averaging over 20 points per game. You know, Ingram and Barnes. Was it Barnes and
was it RJ Barrett?
Barrett, thank you. So I just think this is what they have to do this year. Like, I don't know what they can do to bring in another second scorer at this point in time. So I feel like this is what it's going to be, and we have to kind of embrace it. A lot of pressure is going to be on Giannis to be on that court, to be healthy, and to play in the postseason. If he is, I think it can work. But I'll pump the brakes, but it's like I'm coming to a yield, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm not
and
slamming on it.
saying you're in town, so you're not going super fast.
Right, yeah. The speed limit's 25, and I'm approaching a yield. Yeah. Maybe the Oakwood Mall yield where everybody stops when it's not at, or that turn. You know what I'm talking about, the lights where everybody stops, and it's like, don't stop. Keep going. There's no stop sign. Bugs me, especially this time of year with the holidays, and it's all backed up and such. No, thank you. No, thank you. So, pump the brakes, Full Throttle. The NFC North is the best division in football.
I will go Full Throttle because I think whoever ultimately ends up as that 4th team is going to be better than what you're going to see. I mean, you could look at the West.
Yep.
But whoever you think that 4th team is still much better than
probably
the
the Cardinals right now. Are you talking NFC West or AFC West?
Well, either.
Yeah.
Because those would probably the other ones you would think of.
Mm-hmm.
And I think both of those, that fourth team is still better than Cardinals or Raiders.
Right.
So, yeah, full throttle that.
I'll full throttle it. The NFC West to me is intriguing with the Rams. The Seahawks, I think, are such a quiet, good team this year. Mm-hmm. It is mind-boggling to me that I saw this stat that they haven't allowed a sack, the Seahawks. Because I think we're so used to like the Russell Wilson era where their offensive line stunk.
Right.
The 33rd team posted a graphic of pass protection. They haven't allowed a sack. I'm like, wow, that's
nowhere to go but down now.
Yes, so, but I think
you jinxed them, Dan.
I did, but I mean, you saw Darnold last year with the Vikings.
Yeah. Sam Darnold is a guy that would hold on to the ball. He took some sacks. He hung in there. He'd take some hits to deliver some throws. Mm-hmm. This year, he's been able to hang in there and make some throws without having to worry about taking sacks.
Yeah, so I think that the Seahawks to me are a quiet, dangerous team. I think this year, and
I think seeing the emergence of some of those receivers, that defense, I think is kind of quietly solid. Like, they're just that team. And I thought about this at one point, like maybe a mini cream of the crop, just the uniform matchup from last Sunday's game.
Yeah,
it was a lot better than the actual game itself. But those Seahawks jerseys, like I was calling the constipated Seahawk, like bring that back. Like, that's the Seahawk we need. Like, that blue and green, you bet. And then, obviously, Washington had their, inspired jerseys. Those were good-looking, too. So, both teams, just bring those back all the time.
You're not alone, because I had my buddy Jake said when we were watching that game, and he was texting me, he's like, Seahawks need to make those permanent.
Yep.
Isn't it like, it goes back to the Andy Bernard quote, you don't know the good times you're in. It's like, some of these jerseys coming back, we grew up with them.
Right.
And now it's like, can we
obviously,
go back to
Tampa Bay,
Heck, even the 90s 49ers ones I love. Those red, with the white border and that. Oh, yeah. Then you got some that have just never changed over the years. No, and they're still solid.
And that's fine. Like, there's certain teams that just don't have to change them.
Right. So, I'll full throttle it. I would say second, I would pick the NFC West. Cardinals are on the bottom. I get that. Yeah. But the three up there,
yeah,
I think it's going to be 49ers, they play the Rams, I think, this weekend, isn't it? Is it? Or 49ers and Seahawks?
It's one of those matchups.
One of those, but there's some good matchups this weekend in terms of playoff caliber teams and that. So, pump the brakes, full throttle. Going back to baseball, the Cubs will be big-time spenders in free agency this year.
I'm going to pump the brakes because it's one of those things that you kind of want to see it. I mean, the Ricketts family doesn't really have a track record of spending a lot. Mm-hmm. I mean, I think we've had this conversation before, but you talk to some Cubs fans and they will say that the team shouldn't spend as much as it should as, a legacy franchise. And I mean, they should. I mean, especially with Shota Imanaga probably heading out the door, like, they could use starters. I mean, they should be a team that's in on Dylan Cease. And
were you a little surprised they're letting him walk out the door?
No, I mean, just the way it kind of, let's put it this way, it would look crazy them doing that a year ago. Mm-hmm. But I think he was a little more hittable this last year,
Yeah.
So that didn't really surprise me.
Yeah. Pump the brakes, full throttle. The college football playoff bracket, they got it right.
I'll go full throttle. I didn't really have much in the way of significant concerns.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought it was. I mean, I looked at it. There was nothing that jumped out to me. It's like, oh, I mean, I don't think they gave Wisconsin enough credit for the hard schedule that they had, for crying out loud. But I mean, But no, I mean, I look at it and I don't have a problem with it. If anybody missed it, it's, what are you looking at?
I'm just looking. For some reason, I was looking at your windows to see if they had shades on them.
Oh, okay. Do you want shades?
No, I'm just curious.
Oh, okay.
It just popped in my head.
All right. So it's just like, you look like a bird or like just looking around.
Kind
of, squirrel.
That is me sometimes. So
I didn't have a problem with it at all. I mean, I thought it was. And here's the thing: it's still going to change. We know it's going to change.
Right.
We still got a few weeks left of this season, so it'll be up. It'll be different a little bit. So, did I have one more? I thought I saved one more. Well, tell you what, we'll take a quick break because we're running a little bit behind here. So we'll do a little bit more pump the brakes, full throttle. So how about that? Quick break, and we'll be back after these few words. I remembered my other Pump the Brakes Full Throttle for you, Brandon. Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. We now, going forward, can get excited and pumped for the NFL trade deadline after what we saw this past week. Just like NBA and Major League Baseball trade deadlines. The NFL has joined in on the fun.
I'll go full throttle, but not like my foot's all the way to the floor, because it's
So that's not full throttle, it's little throttle.
No, it's pretty full.
It's not all the way to the floor, though, you said. So it's not like Matt LaFleur, all gas, no brakes.
Was that just talking about Halloween?
Halloween?
Did you hear him talk about Halloween?
Oh, he
is not a Halloween
You know
person.
what? Maybe if he was a Halloween person, they wouldn't have been scared, to the Panthers and might have won on Sunday. So,
but
have a Twix bar, man.
Right. It's nice that there is movement now for the NFL or for the NFL trade deadline.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if I'd still put it on par, especially with like baseball, where it's just like all out.
I will say this: what the NFL does have going for them when it comes to trade deadline, if they continue this, it is more unpredictable in terms of the players getting moved.
Right. Generally in baseball, you kind of know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, football. I mean, nobody.
I wouldn't have thought Sauce Gardner was getting traded
Right.
for 2 first-round picks.
Right.
And to the Colts too. I wouldn't have thought that. We hear certain names, but how often in the NFL is it like those certain names that we hear as potential ones are actually traded?
Right.
So that was like, ooh. So, but congratulations, NFL, for getting on board, because now you do rule almost every single month and type of event. Draft, free agency, trade deadline, boom.
They're trying to find a way to get in there in May.
Mm-hmm. Well, they tried by moving the draft that one year, and that was just awful.
Ugh.
Hated it. Pathetic. So
Terrible.
What could they do in May? Well, it's kind of mini camps for some teams.
Some, but
Rookie orientation.
yeah. Then when you get to June, it's like it's like OTAs, and then obviously July is when training camp starts. So
yeah. But that was the other one I was like, probably not going to be a whole lot. And even though the last couple years, it kind of gotten, or it was picking up a little bit. Now they've set the bar high. Yep. My expectations going forward is going to be stuff like what we saw this week. So, but pump the brakes, full throttle. Are the Colts the best team now in the entire league after that trade? After what we've seen, and now that,
I would still pump the brakes on that.
who would you put ahead of them? Brandon's power rankings.
Oh boy. I mean, there's still a fair amount. I would still put Buffalo in front of them.
Patriots, Broncos.
Maybe Broncos. No, they need to score more than 10
8-2.
points. They do, but an awful lot of
Colts score a bunch of points, except for
They
against the Steelers.
right now with the Broncos. I'm kind of getting shades of like 2022 Vikings, where they're winning a bunch of games, but they always seem to be right at the end, and it's like a one-score thing.
Which team do you have more confidence in then, Colts or Broncos?
Colts.
Ooh, okay. Yeah. I can't believe AFC is still top three is Patriots, Colts, and Broncos.
That's funny. Like it's 2005 and Jake Plummer's out there running around.
Yeah. I think that's hilarious. I mean,
The world is cyclical,
it sure is, but
and the Jets suck.
stink. No, it's hard not. I mean, the Colts have the best running back,
Best O-line. They've added to the defense. That secondary there is pretty good. It was pretty good before Sauce Gardner.
Yep. Daniel Jones is making himself some dough. And this is where, this could have been another cream of the crop for Ballard, the general manager, former Badger.
Chris Ballard, yeah.
Chris Ballard. Because he looked at, it's fair. He was probably on the hot seat. He has a team that was winning a bunch of games. So instead of having the mindset, hey, let's just see what happens.
Kind of resting on your laurels.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to take these 2 first-round picks, and I'm going to get a Sauce Gardner. And I think part of that is this also signifies Daniel Jones is their long-term starter. Anthony Richardson's probably going to be going elsewhere. Maybe a Minnesota.
Maybe.
Because Kevin O'Connell likes him, apparently.
Kevin O'Connell just likes quarterbacks.
Yeah. But, I mean, obviously they don't trade for Sauce Gardner if they didn't believe Daniel Jones is going to be their long-term guy, right? They're not sending 2 first-round picks.
Right.
So
I would agree.
I would think this is like, okay, Jones is going to get paid now. Obviously, Sauce Gardner's already paid. Taylor's already got I don't know if they would maybe kind of do something different there. But for a guy who's on the hot seat, I think he's probably, unless it just tanks after this, and then it's like all bad. But give him credit.
Yeah.
Give him credit. I think that was a bold move, but the right move to kind of go for it. Why not? I wish more teams would do that.
Right.
And in the NFL, it was kind of like a baseball trade for me. It was kind of like that team in baseball where nobody really expected them to do anything this year. All of a sudden, they're winning a bunch and they're in first place, and then all of a sudden, they're buyers at the trade deadline.
And they make a big move.
Yeah. That was kind of like a baseball trade, I thought. What the Colts did. So, who do your Vikings play this week, by the way?
Ravens.
Ooh. Hey, big win. Thank you, by the way. I didn't get a chance to thank you earlier. Thank you for beating the Lions last week, and you really helped us out. So I appreciate that.
Someone had to win.
So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Even though you're still 500, don't win anymore now, unless it's against division teams that are not Green Bay. But seriously, thank you. So please send my thank yous. As weird as it is for me to say that. Thank you. How confident are you feeling though against this new Ravens team?
I'm curious to see what it looks like coming off. I mean, it's a big.
I say new because Lamar's back.
Right. It's a big emotional on the road win over a team that had their number here in recent years.
Mm-hmm.
But you come home like for the first time in a little bit. Like, how do you do that? How does I'm curious to see if they can kind of avoid the letdown. I won't say a trap game because that no, I don't think that's the case here. But just like avoiding the letdown, that's going to be big.
Yeah. Going to Green Bay, which I know we don't have a game this weekend. It's
Monday.
On Monday. I saw Ryan Clark say this, and I think it kind of fits what a lot of fans have been saying. There is no team that can go into any stadium and beat them, but also lose to any team. And he was talking about the Packers. Would you buy that?
I would. They're a high variance team.
Mm-hmm. And he kind of made a point. No Super Bowl champion is like that.
It's like a three. It's like in the NCAA tournament. It's like a 4 seed from like the ACC. Whoever that is. Like, would you be surprised if they made the Final Four? Like an NC State? No. I mean, I know an NC State went.
I love that. I love that comparison.
But then
analogy.
they could also be the team that has a 13 seed loses to Appalachian State or something.
Yeah.
In the first round.
That is a fantastic comparison. I love that.
When you're going through your bracket and you come to that team, you're like, what do I do with them?
Yep. That's going to be stuck in my head. They're the 4 seeded from an ACC. You're exactly right. Yeah, that is it in a nutshell. From an outsider looking at this, though, Brandon, because all week a big topic has been Matt LaFleur, play calling, game planning, and that sort of thing. I think this is me, but I feel like I'm very level-headed when it comes to not jumping on bandwagons right away. And I know there was with a Matt LaFleur fired right away, and I'm like, no. For the first time, though, I do have some questions and maybe some concerns with the play calling and just the overall, like, what are we doing on going for it on 4th and 8? Especially when it's still one possession, a lot of time left in the game. To how many bubble screens, wide receiver screens do we have to run? Like, what are we doing here?
Is it really that important that you got to get Savion Williams going?
Right.
Right.
And I have questions and concerns now going forward, but I want to ask you from an outsider. When I say outsider, obviously you don't have a horse in this race when it comes to Green Bay and Matt LaFleur.
Nay.
Are you, do you see the same stuff that Packers fans are saying? Are we being a little too hard? Are we being,
I think that when you have multiple games like this in one year, make a mistake, it's very similar to the Browns game, where like it's and you can generally, I think, allow really good teams to have like one of those games.
Yeah.
You're gonna have a letdown, but like when you have multiple ones and when you have one at home, like especially against a team like Carolina, like you had to know what they were gonna do.
Yeah.
And I don't really put too much on the defense because defense I think played good enough to win. It's just that they didn't have a whole lot of room for error, but. I think there should probably be some self-scouting on Matt LaFleur and the Packers offense. Like, okay, like because they weren't explosive. Part of that was the Panthers defense, but at the same time, it's like there's just a lot of stuff that you look at and you question.
So a lot of the other talk too was defense and such. And do you feel like this Packers defense, because a lot of people or some fans are upset that maybe the corners aren't playing more aggressive and playing bump and run and all that. But there's at times I feel like, is Jeff Hafley playing this style of defense maybe a little bit more zoned than what Packers fans want because the offense isn't doing enough? Where, okay, if you're going to play a little aggressive,
you might get burned.
Big play potential. Do you think offensive play calling or offensive play, if it's a little lackluster, factors into what the defense is going to do on the field?
I think it could.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that's part of what's going on here a little bit?
Maybe. I mean, I can't say I've kept a close enough eye that I could definitively say that, but I think it's possible. I
feel like that's kind of what's going on, especially in that Carolina game where it was like, okay, offense can't do anything. Does that come into play when it's a defensive play caller? It's like, okay, we got to keep this thing, one possession close, try to get our offense. Yeah. And I'd be curious, like, if Green Bay jumps out to a 24-0 lead, just dominates, does that change it where it's like tee off and then you can be more aggressive because you got more room to work with? Margin for error is a little bit bigger at that point.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that's something that at times has been, something that the Vikings have had to work through too, because they've been behind a lot, prior to last Sunday, where, if you're Brian Flores, you're going to have to play your defense a little bit differently.
Right.
And there was also, there's been the talk of like, well, they haven't been as good as stopping the run. It's like, well, part of that is teams are running more on them because they're ahead.
Mm-hmm.
So
right.
There's certain ways you can play when you're ahead. There's certain ways you can play when you're behind.
Right.
And then, not surprisingly, last Sunday they get a bit of a lead, and they're able to be more aggressive with some of the things they do, and it works.
Right. Yeah. All right. We got to take a quick break. We'll have more, though. Keep the combos coming. Hit us up, text, video stream, all that good stuff. We'll get to some of your comments. We got local sports roundup coming up after the top of the hour. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Going to do a little bit of an audible. Changing the play at the line of scrimmage here. Omaha. We're going to do our local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center right now as we are literally watching Carpet City Flooring Center change out the carpet in our wax studio. So they got the crew in there switching it on out. So, hey, it's that time of year. If you look down on your floors and you're like, when's the last time these things need a little bit of an upgrade? It's probably time to get that new flooring. Just go visit our good friends at Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire. Not sure what would look the best or work the best in your space, fit in your budget. The team's got you covered. They'll work with you to find not only works the best in your budget, but what would look best in your space too. Give them a visit. 3109 East Hamilton Avenue in Eau Claire. We'll start off with state volleyball. Yesterday we saw Regis picking up a win, Blair Taylor falling a bit short, Rib Lake advancing to the championship. Barron's in action right now, correct?
Correct.
They got started at 9 or at 8 this morning.
Yep.
So I'm on Eastern time. So, but I haven't. Have you seen an update on?
I think I saw Justice say that Barron lost the first set, like 25-23. So
okay, all right. So they're going on right now at this point in time. So we'll see if they're able to advance a little bit later on. That's the really immediate local one.
Correct. Yeah, Division II, there's really nothing local here. So
soccer-wise, yesterday Hudson fell, Arcadia fell for boys state soccer too. So, but for going back quick to volleyball, the state championships for the teams who are still alive are tomorrow.
Correct. Or tomorrow, yeah. So tomorrow morning, Rib Lake will take on Wausau Newman. That'll be the first game of the day at 9 a.m. You'll have Regis taking on Heritage Christian. That game will be about 11:30ish.
Okay. So. Football. Should we start or should we talk some football here this morning as another Friday night? And we've got, well, you kind of talked about it last week too, that, I mean, we're getting deeper in here, so we know there's going to be some prime matchups. Let's start off with 8-man or 8-player football because do we know who's going to state after this?
Correct.
After this?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the semifinals. 8-player is a round ahead.
Okay.
So, yeah, you got 2 semifinals tonight. You got McDonald versus Lena St. Thomas Aquinas at DC Everest and Schofield. That's Relby. And then you've got Gilman taking on Oakfield, and that game is in Wapaka.
So, potentially a rematch if Gilman and McDonald win.
Potentially, yes. We'll see. But those are 4 excellent teams. You know, squaring off to it, you've got on the Gilman end of thing. I mean, they haven't allowed a point defensively in like 6 or 7 games. It's crazy.
Yeah,
it's like 20-some quarters. Like it's, that defense is just playing at a different level right now. Offensively, last week they, used a big second half kickoff to kind of pull away from North Crawford. But I mean, that's a Gilman team that I'm pretty sure they've only been behind for about 6 minutes this year.
Man,
something crazy like that. Maybe a little more. Actually, maybe a little more than that, but not much.
Okay, interesting. To 11-player football then. Kind of going to Division II here because Division I, I know Hudson fell, so kind of
not a whole lot left around immediately in our area. But yeah, D2, obviously there's a few of them. I mean, River Falls, Oshkosh North, that game's tonight in River Falls, and Green Bay, Notre Dame, and Rice Lake, which I would be willing to say that might be the highest scoring game of the night. This might even include the 8-player games.
Wow.
Those are just. I mean, look at
some of the scores. Though, right?
Those are 2 teams that just score a ton of points. I mean, you look at Notre Dame. Their first 2 playoff games, they've scored 77 and 56. Rice Lake, they've scored 30, and then they've scored 51, and that's just a team that can score a lot. Like that could be a game where, the team that loses is in the 40s. It would not surprise me.
Wow. So, and then Division III, not really our immediate area. Again, you got Grafton, Plymouth, and such taking on.
Right. D4, you've got Aquinas. They'll be hosting Baldwin Woodville. So those are the top 2 seeds in that Division 4, quadrant, so to speak. So, yeah.
And then Division 5, got Grantsburg taking on Northwestern, Tomahawk taking on Stratford. That's
a fun one. Yeah, those are a couple fun ones there tonight in D5.
And then in Division 6, I think the game that a lot of people are going to be kind of paying attention to is Regis Mondovi, the rematch from the regular season with the Hail Mary win from Regis, and Regis had a come-from-behind win against Fall Creek.
Yep.
Last week. Mondovi's been putting up points in the playoffs so far too. So
41 on Bangor, who's always a really good program. That's impressive. So I mean, let's put it this way: if I was not covering a game tonight, if I wasn't going to be in Wausau, if I was just picking a game to go to, that would be the game I would want to go to.
Yeah.
That game, I think that game is going to be awesome. I think Carson Park is going to be rocking for that one.
Yep.
And that is to me, that is probably the premier matchup on the 11-player side.
Absolutely. So,
but
And then D7,
I was
you
going to
got
say, in D7, you've also got a pretty good heavy hitter matchup there, too, with Cochrane Fountain City and Boyceville. Cochrane Fountain City's unbeaten. They have been super impressive. I mean, they just have a defense that just doesn't really give up points.
right.
And then you're going up against Boyceville, a team that was a game away from state last year that has, gone through and worked through and just done everything they can to put themselves in this position. I mean, that's a really fun one, too, with a couple really strong, Division 7 teams. Like, I have a feeling that those two, just like maybe with that Regis Moldova game, those communities are going to be there in full support. Like, that's going to that'd be another one that would be a lot of fun to be able to watch.
Yeah. We're getting down to the wire here, though. So just a couple weeks left.
We
so.
are. And then, we're wrapping up the fall season. We've got girls swimming sectionals coming up, diving tonight, swimming tomorrow. A lot of the D1 teams in the area, they're going to be in Hudson. A lot of the D2 teams probably going to be up in Rice Lake. So, some familiar pools for those ladies as they look to, put down some fast times and maybe reach state.
Yeah. And I know we had cross country. You were at state this past weekend to wrap up that one, and a lot of local.
Oh, yes.
Menominee, Bloomer, fantastic.
Excellent,
going up a
yes.
division. And,
Yes.
and they're finished Division 1, right?
Right. They were
Bloomer?
third in Division 1, and they ran without, their most accomplished runner, Sierra Hartman, who was injured at the end of the sectional, and to still finish third. I mean, and I told Coach Favila about it after the game, or after the race. I told her, this is more impressive than finishing second the last 2 years.
Right.
To finish third in Division 1, missing one of your key runners. I mean, and it was a group effort. I mean, that's what cross country is. Like, you cannot be a great cross country team unless you have that depth. Like, you can't just have a couple good runners and then, win everything.
Right.
That just doesn't work that way.
Right.
So, and for them to be able to do that, and knowing that that's still a team that, and honestly, I think that was a bit of a confidence booster for them too, just coming into next year, because they'll be in Division 1 again next year.
Okay, yeah.
And to be able to go down there and have those circumstances play out the way they did, where and they knew they would not have Sierra Hartman running, but to be able to go out and put out an effort like that, where you never want to play the what happens if she doesn't, but they would have been in the hunt. They were third either way. Like, they might have been maybe a place or two, a place better, who knows? But regardless, like, to put down that effort in that environment, in those circumstances, I think gives them a lot of confidence to know, like, hey, we can. Because remember, this is a team that really ran against Division I foes, but not a lot. They did a couple times, and then most notably did at obviously sectionals. But that's a group, and that's going to have a lot of confidence. I think that's going to carry over, especially in the spring track season, where that could be a team that's in contention for some serious things. I mean, 4 of the girls on the cross country team have teamed up to win the last 2 4x8 relays and track. So obviously they're going to be probably doing that again this year. So we'll being in that hunt. So, but I think that's just a big confidence booster there.
Right.
And then you mentioned Menominee, Laura McCall. I mean, setting the state record.
Yeah.
What do you say about that? I mean, she was in her own zip code. Like, when you I was around the 1 mile mark, and when you see Surety has a significant lead, and she was just cruising. Like, you can tell with a cross country runner, like, when they're when maybe they're struggling a little bit. She wasn't. She just looked like she set the cruise on 72 on the highway, and she was just dusting everybody else. So she's going to be signing next week to go around the University of Washington. So obviously the Huskies are getting a good one there. So
heck yeah.
So that's
awesome.
Very cool way to kind of cap the fall season for her.
Yep, no doubt. So it's busy for the Blue Golds coming up here too. Last night, soccer-wise, men's soccer getting a win in the WIAC tournament, so they're going to be taking on Point tomorrow. Football is going to be going up against Whitewater. But we've got a big volleyball matchup for the Blue Golds as we start to wrap up the regular season on a fantastic regular season for the Blue Gold volleyball team. Because tonight's in Oshkosh, they take on number 5 Oshkosh to wrap up the regular season. Then we get to the WIAC tournament next week. So
yep, that's a big one. That is a gigantic one. Obviously, Blue Golds have done so much. This year, you go back to the the big win earlier on in the year, the Whitewater.
Yeah,
over Whitewater, and then just being able to stay right up there. Oshkosh always in the hunt there.
Yep.
Chippewa Falls graduate Sammy Perlberg, a part of that excellent program. I mean, that program was making the deep runs in the postseason when I was there, and that's still continued now. Like, that is a premier matchup. I'm sure the Colf Center down in Oshkosh is going to be rocking for that one. I have no doubt.
No doubt. So, and then we got basketball starting because women's basketball Blue Gold tip-off at Sonntag. Blue Golds are going to be in action tomorrow, but the men's team's in action tonight to tip off their season. They're going to be taking on St. Norbert at the Sonntag Center. So Sonntags will be full of some basketball in the next couple days here, too. So they tip off their season. Stout football, they're going to be taking on Platteville, as we just have 2 more weeks left of the football regular season, too. So
Getting down to it.
It is. All right, that's your local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. Let's take a quick break, and we're going to wrap up the third hour coming up after these quick words. So Surveyor left me a text for this morning. I mean, late one, 11 o'clock last night. He texted this. So, but I got your trivia question. I'll give it to you so you get time to think about it at the top of the hour, okay? So for Brandon or any listener, excluding kickers, can you name the 5 career scoring leaders in Vikings history post-merger? Quarterbacks don't count in scoring unless they rush.
Right. Yeah, okay.
So, top 5 scoring leaders. Give you some time to think about it. I can't. I'll throw it out for the Packers one if we got Packers fans. See if anybody can get it without looking it up. So no cheating.
Yeah, no cheating.
No cheating.
Post-merger, which was later 60s, right?
Yep. So he did say he triple checked these, so no tomfoolery going on here. So if anybody wants to guess for the Packers, I have those. I can guess because I'm looking at it right now, so that would be cheating. So if you know the top 5 scores in Packers and or Vikings history, text us with your picks. This is the Friday trivia from Surveyor Sam. Do you want a hint on a couple of yours?
No, I think I can.
Okay. All right. There's a nope. I'm not going to say it. I'll wait till after we guess it. So we'll do that. But again, you can text your answers if you want to play along. So Brandon's not the only one. Do you have a good idea?
I think so.
Yeah. Okay. Coming up next hour, we'll talk some more baseball. We'll talk some more college football. We've got picks coming up here in the back end. Just saw Justice tweeted set 2 also to Manitowoc Lutheran.
Gotcha.
So bearing down 2 sets at this point. But so we'll talk some football. We got Packers coming up on Monday Night Football, so it's not a typical Green and Gold Friday here. We got another late night weekday. Woo! Can't wait. So excited. So pumped. But we'll throw some more football talk coming up in this final hour here too. We got Badger hoops, we got Bucks hoops, all in action tonight. So if you're a basketball fan, I mean, you could either go to the Sonanteg and watch the Blue Goals take on St. Norbert. You've got the Bucks, you've got the Badgers. There's no reason if you don't have anything planned tonight.
The most important thing, you've got options.
That's all you want in the world, right?
Yeah.
You want options. So, but we'll get to that coming up in the next hour here. If I know we already did the cream of the crop, but if you want to make your picks for cream of the crop, you can do so by again just hitting us up with a message, sending those on over too. So we'll do that. We'll get back to some more of your picks. Sorry, spam stuff coming through, but getting sidetracked. Oh, John, I need 5, John. 5. Give me your top 5 Packers. So I won't give any hints. But I need 5. Got to put them in order too.
King Kong Bundy rules 5.
Yep. Got to put them in order here too. Obviously. So who is the all-time lead or post merger? So post merger.
That's more of a decipher for you than me.
Mm-hmm.
Since the Vikings came around in 61, so
yeah, it is kind of interesting when it's the Green Bay list. I'll put it that way. So it's kind of I am going to double check something from Surveyor's list though.
Ooh.
Yeah, I got to double check something. Drama? No drama. Drama. But okay, no, I'm going to save the Bucks talk for coming up in the next hour because we just have a couple minutes left here. So. Last week was Halloween, Brian. We did our candy episode. Were you able to dive in any candy somewhere?
Not really. I was working.
Well, you couldn't go around to some kids' buckets and steal some candy when you're out and about in town?
No.
You don't do that?
No.
You're a good man, Charlie Brown.
No. You can collect your dad tax, though, so.
I kind of did a couple of them. Not a whole lot. I'm not diving into it that much, but no.
Yeah, you gotta let him reap the benefits of his hard work.
He's not a big candy guy either, though.
No.
He'll kind of graze through it for a couple days and then done.
He's over it.
He's over it. He's in Christmas mode right now.
Ooh.
I'm not there yet. We're not allowed to be there yet. From the wife.
Good.
Is that a bugaboo for you?
A little bit.
I will say this. I don't know who it is, but it's in Stanley. When I was coming back Saturday night after all-day bow hunt, November 1st, somebody's yard already got Christmas lights all to the T. This was in Stanley.
Maybe they just wanted to put it up while it was still a little warmer.
Maybe.
I could respect that, but
I mean, we're talking candy canes were lit up.
oh boy.
Lots of lights outside already. So I don't know if they already had it pre-planned or if they spent the day doing that. It's like, okay, Halloween's over with. Putting the Christmas lights
I
up.
think at some point we got to rank our favorite holidays.
Well, that's easy for me.
Yeah.
Might be a little interesting on the back end
Yeah.
if we do top 5. So, all right, 3 in. We got 1 more to go. We'll see if Brandon can get this trivia Surveyor Sam's trivia question correct. Coming up after these news updates. Final hour kicking off right now on this Friday morning. Thanks for hanging out with us, everybody. Appreciate it. However you're tuning in, wherever you may be tuning in from. Reminder that trivia question. Got some people sending in kickers. Surveyor says no kickers.
No kickers.
No kickers. No kickers for the answer.
So no Chris Jackies allowed.
Nope.
No Ryan Longwells. No Donald Igwebuikes.
Or maybe the correct one would be Mason Crosby.
No Mason Crosby's.
So, all right, you ready to answer?
I'll give it a shot.
You give it a shot? You sound so confident right now, dude.
I'm not going to be able to do like the ranking. I'm just going to say names. Says the guy with all the answers in front of him.
Okay, go.
Chuck Foreman.
Yes, fourth.
Okay. Chris Carter.
First.
Randy Moss.
Second. Or no, third.
Okay. Adrian Peterson.
Second.
So I just need the fifth place guy.
Yep.
Those were my four I was pretty sure about.
We need the Jeopardy music.
We do. I was trying to think of another running back, but Anthony Carter.
No. You want one more guess?
I'll go one more guess.
Okay. Ferris Bueller. Yeah.
I will go Ahmad Rashad.
No, but thank you.
I wasn't going to go the obvious one and say Justin Jefferson because I don't think he's there yet.
No.
But I'm like, yeah, I'll go Ahmad Rashad.
Adam Thielen.
Really?
350 points.
I suppose. I was trying to think of, like, okay, it's got, honestly, with this list, I'm like, it's probably going to be more receivers than running backs just given the history of the Vikings.
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
Yep. So again, Green Bay, non-kickers. Devontae Adams. This is kind of where it's interesting. So Devontae Adams is number one at 446. Chris Carter, 670. All he does is catch touchdowns.
That's all he does.
So Jordy Nelson, Amon Green, Sterling Sharp, Aaron Jones. So,
Interesting.
yeah. The number one for Green Bay that's not a kicker, doesn't matter the era. Don Hudson. Still, number 3, Don Hudson. What does that tell you? Tells you the dude was a stud and a dynamic goat.
Dude.
He was
a dude. All capital letters. Dude.
I have it up right here. So Mason, if we do include kickers, where's the points here? 1,918. Ryan Longwell, 1,054. Don Hudson, 825.
Woo.
Cha-ching.
Take that, Chris Jackie.
Chris Jackie's fourth, 820. Yeah.
Wow. 2 field goals could have got it for him.
Yep. And then it's Paul Horning, 760. Jimmy Taylor, 546. So, yeah. Don Hudson still the GOAT. Put some more respect on that man's name, for crying out loud. That's what I have to say, Brandon. Okay, so want to go back to a topic we had earlier on in the week. And was it yesterday? I think it was actually yesterday. We do a little thing called Enough's Enough. Who's somebody that, maybe doesn't get enough respect and it's time we give them respect, or a narrative that, you know what, enough's enough. And we had Drew from Eau Claire chiming in yesterday. Said enough's enough with the Mark Adanasio doesn't spend enough for the Brewers. And he kind of made the point too, profit-wise, not comparable, but you don't need to revisit everything. Would you agree with you want me to read the whole text for you just to kind of,
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead.
so I'll bring up, here we go. So my enough is enough is the people calling Mark Adanasio a cheap owner and isn't spending. The Brewers made $24 million in profit last year. That money doesn't go very far in terms of high-value free agents or big dollar extensions. Mark isn't sitting on a couple $100 million just hoarding dollars. Yes, he's richer than all of us, but saying he needs to spend more while only having 24 to play with while not risking the whole thing is like saying it's easy to buy a brand new car when you have $4,000 in your checking account. Yes, you technically can afford it, but it doesn't mean it makes financial sense.
I do like the way that was worded.
Yeah.
Because it's not just like show your work. That I'm a big believer in that when it comes to if you believe something, show your work.
You're giving me nightmares from school.
Well, it always goes and something I was thinking
a lot of red marks. Where's your work?
you know, the
It was in the back of the book.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, I can show my work, but that doesn't mean it was right. But no, I like the fact that there is, you know, there's numbers and stuff to go with it. And look, we're, you know, a lot of Brewers fans, including myself, get frustrated that, you know, the Brewers don't spend more.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I think the caller or the texter makes a really good point. Like, they could, if they spend more, it's not like they could spend markedly more. It's not like they could suddenly bump the budget up to $190 million.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's just not going to happen.
Right.
And I do think that sometimes it is kind of a flashpoint that people go to when it comes to, like, well, you know, why did this happen? Well, it's because they didn't spend money. It's like, well, it's usually it's more to it than just that.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So no, I think I can buy that. Let's say argument, but I can buy that presentation from our texter there.
Yeah. So I did see there was a piece too, the Milwaukee Journal, and a topic is like the development around American Family Field, you know, and could that be a thing that maybe the Brewers do, like Green Bay and such?
You know, like Titletown District or whatever. Like, and I'm not sure for that because, like, I don't know how much of that I necessarily want to see because, number one, I don't want it to impact tailgating.
And that's what the latest article said. 1/4 of American Family Field's parking lots could be developed.
Right.
Study says. But
so, man, like, now it's nice to know, like, okay, you're going to go there, you're going to be able to park, and you're going to be able to tailgate if that's what you want to do.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you remove the quarter, and look, maybe, like, I don't know, I just feel like that's going to create some issues. Like, I feel like you're kind of getting away from what makes Milwaukee special.
Right. Right.
It's a little different when you have, I mean, say 40,000 for a really, really big Brewers game versus you've got double that for a Packer game. Like, that's just, and given the fact that that's literally right in town, it's not feasible to be able to do that in Green Bay.
Right.
But in Milwaukee, you have something that works. I just don't want to stray too far from that, just in the pursuit of making a little more money that I'm not sure is ultimately going to make that much of a difference. Like, are people going to go just to sit at some bar outside the stadium and drink, you know, $14 beers before they go inside to pay for a $14 beer? I don't think so.
Right. It's I think Mark, Mr. Anasio, whatever, owner Mark, it's a tight spot, isn't it?
It is. Oh, it is. It's not an easy spot.
Because, you know, like C-Bomb had pointed out earlier too, it's like, you know, he could easily just, if you want, try to make more money, raise prices. And then we're complaining about that.
True.
You know, that's why I always just, like, I kind of roll my eyes a little bit, the whole name change to the stadium. Yes, it sounds cooler when it's Miller Park and all that, but I mean,
they weren't going to pay.
Right.
Like, what are they supposed to give? Were they supposed to keep the name for a company that wasn't going to give them any money for it?
Right. So, I get it. I understand it. It sounds cool. Okay.
Yeah.
But if you want your team to have money,
right,
you kind of have to do that.
Right.
And it's not like it was Lambeau Field.
Right. You're not going from Lambeau Field to
insert big business or sponsor name
park at Lambeau Field, you know, like Invesco Field at Mile High or whatever it is now.
Right.
Like, you're not doing that.
Right. So I think, you know, and I know it's easy too. It's like, well, maybe get investors and all, but at the same time, that investor has to look at that product.
Yeah, they're going to be and they're going to be looking at it from a financial perspective. When,
right.
You know, when we're talking about what they're making a year, like, okay, would I invest there versus I could go, if I'm investing in a team, I could go look at another team that maybe is making more.
Right. Because the thing that he can't control is media dollars.
Right.
You know, the buy-in or the TV deals or whatever are going to be completely different than a New York and a Los Angeles. You can't control that.
Right. There's a reason that certain teams are able to basically create their own network. The Brewers would not be able to do that because there just wouldn't be enough to support it.
Right. Right. And then, you know, like the Ohtani thing too, it's like that was a big investment, but then I think I heard that they made it all back on marketing. But it makes sense, you know. Yeah. But you need the money to invest in it first for a guy like Ohtani.
Well, and that's it. Like, you can say, hey, this is a good investment, but you still got to have the capital to actually put in.
Mm-hmm. So I guess the question then is now, if we realize this as Brewers fans and such, should we just embrace it more instead of, you know, okay, this is what it is, and once we just got to, you know, when it gets to the postseason, if we're there, hope for some more luck?
Yeah.
Is that the mindset we have to have with this thing?
Maybe.
You know what I'm trying to get at? It's
You're right.
You know, we're not going to be up there unless something completely changes, which I don't I think something might change, but nothing.
Some things will, but it's just a matter of what. Like, it's not. I don't think it's going to suddenly change drastically.
You're not going to have a hard salary cap all of a sudden.
I don't think
where
so.
It's
Because
like,
I would have a hard time seeing the New York teams and the Dodgers and the big spending teams wanting to do that.
Mm-hmm. I think it was it Rosenthal or Buster Olney or somebody. It was one of those guys said, there's smart people that can figure this thing out when it comes to that. Which, and again, I didn't listen to the whole episode yet there, and I'm sure there is, but it's easy for a lot of us to say there's people that can figure it out. But what is it?
Right.
What is it?
There's got to be an answer.
Right.
There probably is an answer, but what is the answer?
But what is it?
Like you can say, hey, there's got to be an answer to your cancer. I'm sure there is, but what is it?
Right. So and it might take a while to figure that thing out.
It might.
And to get everybody to agree on it, or at least a majority to agree on it. And it's not going to make everybody happy. One side wants this, one side wants that sort of thing. It is actually a little political in that essence. Right. So I don't have that. And this is what makes this offseason for me, too. Not only just what we were talking about earlier for the Brewers and the Central, but baseball overall. Knowing 2027 is coming up with a potential work stoppage. Do those big spending teams, and we've talked about this before, but do they go, okay, just in case we're not able to spend as much, do we push all of our chips in? Do the Mets, do the Dodgers again, do the Yankees, do all those teams be like, we're going to go all in this year? I that's where I'm curious to see how this free agency works out for a lot of these guys. Do a lot of these guys sign 1 years?
Right. Yeah, that's a good question.
Because how many teams are willing to give long-term deals if there's going to be money?
Or on the other side, how many players are looking for long-term deals, in part because they don't know what it's offered and they want to make sure that
bingo,
they're getting their money now.
Right. Bingo. It's going to be interesting.
It is.
And I don't think you're going to see a lot of movement right away. And you think maybe, too, that's why you're seeing some of these guys that opting in to contracts.
Could be.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Because like
a Shane Bieber.
That's the name I was just going to bring up. Because I kind of forgot, because there was a piece, or I think it was on MLB.com, where they ranked their 30 free agents and fits, and he was for the Brewers. And then like the next day I went to bring it. I'm like, he's not on here. Oh, he opted in. Mm-hmm. So I'm like, is that why some of these players are doing that a little bit? So, all right, we got to take a quick break. Your thoughts, continue to send those on over. We'll throw some more college football talk. Badger fans, your reaction to Chris McIntosh yesterday, saying Luke Fickell will be back. What do you think? Let us know. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Since we were talking a little baseball, you said it. Now I'm seeing it on there. Brewers, they might need a third baseman. Somebody just got posted, right? I mean, from.
I would like you to pronounce his name.
No, thank you. Japanese third baseman.
Munetaka Murakami.
You show off. I hate you so much right now. You son of a. Oh, you old so-and-so.
Oh, you so-and-so. But yeah, he's been posted today, so teams will have, I think, it's 45-day window to
so
do
pretty
negotiating.
Much. So it's West Coast team. Probably going to get him. Right? I mean, come on. Let's Dodgers. Right?
They're bringing back Max Muncy.
That hasn't stopped them from other players either, for crying out loud. I mean, if they were legit in on Juan Soto and all that stuff too, I mean, does it really matter? So.
Come on, would they be able to honestly sign both Murakami and Kyle Tucker and like 4 pitchers? Yes, they would.
Yes, they would. Yes, they would. 100%. So, all right, Badger fans, what was your reaction yesterday when you heard the news that Luke Fickell will in fact be back next year? What was the reaction? Probably like this. Yep, no surprise. Still maybe a little annoyed that it actually is going to happen. Maybe there was just this small little piece in your soul, in your heart, hoping out that it would.
And the thing, though, is, like, if he was gone, like, if you were, like, putting in the pecking order, like, where would the Badgers' job rank among the available ones? Because it would be behind all the SEC ones.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would even put it behind Arkansas right now.
Yep.
I mean, it would be down in, like, the Virginia Tech tier.
Mm-hmm. I would agree. And I don't know if that's part of it.
I don't know if it's part. Like, I don't think it was a deciding factor, but I think it's like if you were putting a pie chart out, it might be like 15%, but that's still a percentage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think there's a lot of factors.
I do
into
too.
This.
I do too.
You know, you could say okay. Let me throw this out there because McIntosh has been saying we're going to invest more money. We've got more money. My response then would be, where was it to begin with? Why are we taking now to finally realize this?
Right.
Where I
why wasn't this button pushed before?
Right. Whereas, okay, I look at Greg Gard doing it on his own.
Yeah.
Going out there, finding different ways to get these players or do a lot of this NIL stuff. Why wasn't this being done before with the football program?
Right. It's reactionary instead of being proactive.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you didn't expect that you would need to spend more money, when this landscape changed. Like, obviously a bunch of other people did.
Right.
Like, it just seems like they were kind of caught looking.
Now, is that a reflection on McIntosh? Is that a reflection on the football program and Luke Fickell for not taking the bull by the horns and just kind of doing that? Because, I mean,
I think they all probably share some of the blame.
And but then I still go to, but then there's the other coach within the building that's doing this. Like, he realized probably, like, hey, I might not get a lion's share of this stuff or as big as some of the other teams in the country.
But I can still make it work.
Right. So that to me is like constantly he's saying, we're going to put more money. We're going to put more money. We're going to put more money. But then I'm like, but where was it to begin with?
Well, why did it take this long?
Right. Like, did something have to be so bad for you to realize that,
hey, we should maybe spend more money on the biggest revenue driving sport?
Or were they resting on their laurels?
Maybe.
Saying, hey, we could still do this. We could compete. And we can,
Nope.
Not the case. So
nope.
That would be the question I would have if I could ask him. Is like, why did it take now to realize that, hey, we need more?
I would agree.
And I'm sure they'd be like, no, we knew it. It's just maybe we needed more than what we thought.
You needed to bottom out?
You
needed to lose like 10 straight Big Ten games before you realize, hey, we should spend money.
Yeah. And then I guess the follow-up to that would be, where are you getting it?
Yeah.
Where is it going to come from? Have you somehow convinced more people to donate and boost? So we were talking about, like, with the Brewers and Mark Anasio and investors in that. Say you're an alum and you're like, pockets full of cash. Is that something you want to invest in right now?
Right. And I don't like to put words in people's mouth, but I would love to know, and he wouldn't say it because of who he is, but I'm sure you saw the clip of J.J. Watt.
Oh, yeah, I played
McAfee,
it. Yeah.
Where
that was a cold response.
It was from JJ. And JJ's not gonna be the kind of guy that would ever like throw someone under the bus or anything. But you could just tell like there's some frustration there.
Yeah, and if you just look at his face, how he answers.
Yes, he was very stoic with it.
Mm-hmm.
It was just like because obviously Mac And yeah, that's.
I'll play it. I'll bring it back up in case nobody, because I did play it earlier on yesterday. But
yeah, I mean, to me, it said a lot.
I was just going to say that. I think it says a lot too, because I mean, McAfee literally just says, "Why don't you sell one of your soccer teams and pretty much buy the Wisconsin Badger football team?" And all right, audio courtesy from
Pat McAfee,
the Pat McAfee show. A very cold response here. Let me rewind it because it just started. I got to turn the volume up first. That might help, right?
You own Burnley and Espanol. Why don't you own the Wisconsin football team? I see Willie Compton giving speeches and donating his time and everything over there in Nebraska. You're both red. You're both in the middle of America. You're potentially competing for the same type of players. Feels like you got to step up and maybe sell one of those soccer teams so you can invest directly into Luke Fickell's pockets in that team. Have you thought about that?
We need to play better. Yes, we do. Significantly.
Why don't you go give a speech?
I did. Didn't work.
Oh, no. I'm so sorry.
Right.
Let's move along.
There you go. So, yeah, that doesn't kind of tell you.
I was saying, that's from one of your more high-profile, prominent alums.
Mm-hmm.
A Wisconsin kid who he started out at Central Michigan, came back as a walk-on, worked his way up to become a first-round draft pick, obviously a defensive
Hall
player,
of Famer,
Hall of Famer, defensive player. A great Wisconsin example. I've always said that like Jim Leonard is kind of like the great Wisconsin success story.
Mm-hmm.
JJ Watt's right up there too.
Right. Yep. So that, if you haven't seen it, you can tell in the voice, but you could just see his facial.
It's very stoic.
Very stoic. And got to play better. Yep. Got to play better. That's not a ringing endorsement to the pro. Because if he was like a true believer, I would think he'd be like, hey, we're going to get this thing, we're going to do this and all that. Got to play better. Yep.
Right.
That's the answer of like, yeah, no, I ain't sending them anything at this point.
Right.
So, yeah. We'll see. I'm still a little skeptical.
I am
forward.
too. Like, it's something, but it remains to be seen whether it's something that's ultimately going to make a difference.
Mm-hmm. Because that's the question. Is it strictly just money? Is it coaching? Is it?
But like,
is it all the above?
But then you hear things like, maybe the high school coaches in the state don't feel like they have a relationship with Luke Fickell. Like, that's not coaching. Like,
Right.
I'm sorry, that's not money.
Right.
Like that. There's certain things where maybe there's just not the connection. It's not just because Luke Fickell wasn't a Wisconsin guy. Like, he's a Midwest guy. He even if he's not from Wisconsin, I think he generally did understand kind of what Wisconsin football could be about.
Mm-hmm.
It's just for whatever reason, it has not connected, it has not clicked.
Right.
And why is that? To me, that's the bigger issue than money.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why has so far this marriage, it is a marriage, with that so many people, myself included, thought like, no, this is a slam dunk. Like, this is the type of guy that would get it. You can't bring in everybody to Wisconsin and want to still kind of be Wisconsin. But this guy, I could, he was a defensive tackle at Ohio State in the 90s. Like, he gets, but it just has not clicked.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
And remember the first year leading up to it, just the excitement and the overall. Gosh, yeah. I mean, the billboards all across.
Yeah.
I mean, even
they were
here,
they were in Eau Claire. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, just that's gone away.
Yeah.
Even like after the first year, you thought, okay, maybe we're going to still see it in the second year. No. It was just like cut off. I mean, there was just nothing. Remember the scavenger hunts they would have? They even had it in Eau Claire too, like the autographs.
They were doing,
helmets.
I guess I would call them community outreach things.
Yeah.
And now more than ever, they need to do that.
Right.
Because they need to up their Q rating with Wisconsin.
Right. And it's just been so quiet. Is it like because they're embarrassed? Are they ashamed? Are they nervous? They don't want ridicule?
Do they not want to have to answer the question people are going to have?
Right. Are they avoiding the topic, essentially?
Right. Which I don't care how bad it is. Like, you can't do that.
No.
Like, you need to be out there saying, hey, look, I know you're frustrated. I'm frustrated too. If I'm Luke Fickell, I'm saying I'm frustrated too. Hey, look, this is my reputation on the line.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this was my big swing coming here from Cincinnati. I could have, he could have stayed at Cincinnati.
Yeah. Yep.
They were going to the Big 12. But you need to be able to be out there and explain, saying look, this is a I understand that this problem is my problem. It's your problem. It's our problem.
Mm-hmm.
And which, we are taking steps to fix it. And here's how. That's something I found in working in, it's going to sound dumb, but like working in retail, it's like when someone comes to you and they have an issue, like I learned very quickly, like the reason people are complaining about something you do is because they want your product. They want to support you.
That's a good way to put it. Yep.
So they're coming. If you go somewhere and if you go to a restaurant and the food sucks and you just don't go back, you're like, I'm never going there again. Like, okay, like, but if someone comes to you and says, hey, this didn't, this wasn't good or this wasn't good, they're telling you because they want to be better, because they want to support you.
Yeah.
You are seeing Wisconsin Badgers fans venting, giving their feedback because they want to support Wisconsin. Like it would be much easier for them to say, I'm not gonna support the Badgers anymore.
Right.
And many are, and maybe and obviously if and whenever that uptick comes back up, I'm sure they'll come back. Mm-hmm. But like you need to be able to kind of meet these problems head on and say, yes, we're working on it, and this is how. And that's why even if, I don't know how much of a difference it'll make, I will appreciate the fact that at least Chris McIntosh has said what he said, because it's not just saying there's a problem. And then people say, well, then how do you fix the problem? You go, well, I don't know. That's never going to make it better. Mm-hmm. Like, at least you're saying, okay, well, this is something we're doing for now.
Yeah.
I've said earlier, he is very much tied to Luke Fickell now. If this does not get any better next year and Luke Fickell's gone, I think Chris McIntosh is gone too.
I would agree with that. And I think then it goes back to the question, so what's the minimum that has to happen next year? Like, are we going to see an immediate impact change because of an influx of money?
Right. And you look at, and here's the thing, though, like, maybe that's not fully fair, but you're seeing it other places. Mm-hmm. Look at what Indiana has done in 2 years.
Yeah.
Indiana, for the long time, outside of 2020 when they were kind of in contention for the Big Ten title game, when Michael Penix was there, in the shortened season, that place has not been noteworthy for football at all. And now look at them. They're the second-ranked team in the country.
Yeah.
They are looked at as a potential national championship team. What happened? They got a new coach, a coach that changed the culture, that embraced it, and those alums, everyone there really bought in.
So this is a clip from Jesse Temple. Yesterday he talked to Chris McIntosh, and he asked the question, what does success look like for next year for this football program? So here's just a portion, audio courtesy from Jesse Temple.
You talked when you hired Luke about championship level expectations at Wisconsin for the football program. As you look forward to year 4, what does success look like to you? How will you determine whether this is a path that is working?
Yeah, I think, the priority for me is to continue to grow the program in a way that puts us in a position to achieve those expectations. That comes in many forms. It's not limited to wins and losses. There are so many factors that contribute to that, and that's where my priority is. I think, just to reiterate, I am excited about where the program can go. There is a tremendous amount of work that needs to be done. It will not be easy. It will require all of us. This is why I'm so grateful for the support that Chancellor Mnuchin has given us. The level of alignment that we have right now is at a level that I've not experienced here in my time at Wisconsin. It will require our fans and our supporters and our donors to be part of it, but it's for those reasons that I'm optimistic about our chances.
All right, so that's from Badger Connect, audio courtesy Badger Connect, Jesse Temple. 2 things stood out to me from there, Brandon. One, very grateful for the Chancellor. I take that as like, thank you for giving me another year. But 2, when you hire Luke Fickell and the message is championships, to now the success, the messaging has changed to, well, it's not based off wins and losses. 3 years, that message has changed from competing for championships to defining success. Oh, it's not just wins and losses. That's what I'm like, okay, so I don't know if we really learned anything from that, but it's interesting how the messaging has quickly changed.
It's an answer that says a lot, but I'm not sure it says anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So anything else standing out to you from that?
Not really. I mean, between that and then obviously all the great reporting that's been done, the state is very fortunate to have great reporters around all of its teams, but there's frustration, and there has to be tangible steps. Now, I said this earlier, this program can go a long way to kind of helping to return some of that optimism in these final 4 games here. Now, will they? We don't know. I mean, the track record throughout the first 8 games says probably not.
Right.
But if you win 2 of those games, what if you beat a Washington and then you beat a Minnesota at the end of the year? Then, maybe people are like, okay, but you need, give us something at this point. I say this as a fan, as a kid that remembers, I remember one of my earlier sports memories is that 93 Badger season, making the Rose Bowl. I mean, I wasn't really, I was alive, but I wasn't really, I can't say I remember anything about, the Don Morton era. So I don't remember what it was like to be a Badger fan then. Right. My entire life, all I remember is the Badgers being very relevant. And that is why it is so weird for me right now. And I'm sure for so many other people our age, because we haven't experienced this.
It would almost be, for me, similar to if Green Bay was going through this.
There's Packer fans in the 70s and the 80s that obviously remember what that was like.
And that's my response to them all the time when they say, you never went through it. And I said, good. I don't want to.
Right. I mean, it would be like maybe if you're a younger Brewers fan.
Yeah.
Obviously we went through, I remember the 90s, the early part of the 2000s when, they were winning 56 games and, nobody cared.
Yep.
Like, we didn't experience that. So now this is the first time as Badger fans, a lot of us of our generation are experiencing this. So we don't know how to react. Like, it is so weird to me that a Saturday is not, I won't say based around, but like one of the main things in my head is like, well, when do the Badgers play?
Yeah.
If I'm not working, if I'm able to, I got to make sure I watch the Badger game. Now it's like, like the game's on tomorrow, and I'm not working, so I'll be watching. But it's just like, I go back to even a couple weeks ago when they played Oregon. It was regional foul volleyball. Normally, I'd be like keeping a pretty close eye on the game all month. I'm just like, well.
If I see it, I see it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's just crazy how far that prominence in the mind of so many people has fallen, and rightfully so. I'm not blaming those people for that. Like, there's a reason for it.
Do you have a problem with McIntosh saying success isn't just defined by wins and losses? Isn't that the main ultimate?
It almost seems like it's a precursor cop out.
Right.
Like if they go 4-8 next year, but it still looks largely like this because they play an easier schedule, to say, oh well, there's progress being made. It's like, well,
yeah.
In so many of these games, it's not just that they're losing; it's how they look when they're losing. It's getting completely obliterated by Iowa. It's just not having a pulse in many ways. If this team was 2-6 right now, but like maybe they almost beat Ohio State. Like the Oregon game is one, I guess, that stands out, but that seemed like that was more of just because Oregon wasn't executing. Like the defense played well in that game, but like because the offense has been so bad, like there's just not much you can point to and say, man, if there was just a play here or a play there kind of a thing.
Right. Gosh, I feel like this is going to be a topic for a while, though.
It is.
Going back and forth. So we got to take a quick break, though, to kind of catch up because we still got picks to get to here. So let's do that. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back after these few words. So to kind of go back, Chris McIntosh just completed an interview with Willie Atausch and such, but you had pointed out Colton Bartholomew, who we've had on the program and covers Wisconsin
great.
football.
He does a great job for the Wisconsin State Journal.
Yeah, as he was listening to it too, he said one important note: McIntosh says Wisconsin does have the money for Fickell's buyout if leadership wanted to let go of Fickell. So
that's something that's very much a part of the calculus of this.
Right,
is a $25 million buyout.
So they have it.
That's what he's saying. So he's at the very least he's saying that. It's easier to say that when you don't have to pay it.
Yep.
You're not planning on paying it, but it was addressed.
I think but it also goes to they have it, but do they want to do it?
Right.
It's like I've got money,
but
do I want to spend it?
Right.
For this,
yes.
on that. Yeah.
Correct.
Exactly.
Yep.
So definitely, though, he has it's what you've mentioned though a few times. McIntosh has hooked his wagon to the Fickell car.
Yep.
Those two will either prove a lot of people wrong, or they're going to prove a lot of people right now. And both their times will either continue at the same pace or end at the same pace.
Right.
If it goes downhill and it's not great, it's both. I would imagine are going to be out.
Yes.
And then I think it kind of it's so weird though too, isn't it? Because you bring in a head coach that has no Wisconsin ties, but they brought in an athletic director that is all Wisconsin ties.
Right.
So it's like, which way do you go then when you have both of them gone? Do you bring in somebody who's Wisconsin or maybe outside? Because you got an example of both of them not working right now.
Right. Well, we'll cross that bridge if and when we get there.
And it's interesting that he's a Wisconsin guy, McIntosh, but some of the hirings he's made have been outside of Wisconsin.
Right.
Mike Hastings, women's basketball twice, and then football.
Yep.
Those being the big ones. Because I think even like when we were talking about the women's basketball opening, we were throwing out like maybe go the Bo Ryan D3 route.
Right.
Oshkosh I think was talked about.
Fisher.
Yeah. Do you go that route and try to help build that program up and such? But I guess it remains to be seen at this point. But we do have to play a little catch up. We do have some games to pick here, so we do have to take another quick break here.
And then we'll
make some picks. We got football, college football, throw some basketball games, some NBA games in there too. So if you have any other final comments, quotes, questions, what have you, text them on over 715-830-1912, or you can hit us up on the video stream too. So, all right, final break on this Friday morning. We'll be right back after these few words. All right, time to wrap it up. We got about 10 minutes until we get to the top of the hour, and we're done. Let's start off with the college football world with some of our picks this morning. We actually got a Friday night Big Ten game, Northwestern at SC, too.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I'm going to go SC.
Yeah, I'll go SC, too. So let's do Indiana, Penn State. Indiana favored by 14.5. If they win, do they cover?
Yes.
I agree.
That Indiana team is rolling.
Yeah, they are. BYU at Texas Tech.
This is a really fun game, except if you have YouTube TV, like me.
7-8 matchup. Texas Tech's favored by 10.5.
I'm going to take Tech, but BYU covers.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Let's do. Not often do you see this. The Citadel versus Ole Miss at this point in time.
Yeah, SEC has some of those later season buys.
Yeah, but nice. What?
Was that a pick?
No.
Oh, you really gonna have me pick Ole Miss in the Citadel?
Yeah. Texas A&M at Missouri.
A&M.
Yep, I'm gonna agree with you. Oregon at Iowa.
I'm gonna take Iowa.
I'm gonna go Oregon, but Iowa covers.
I think this ends up being a Iowa kind of game.
Mm-hmm. I can see that. Let's go LSU at Alabama. Does Alabama cover 9.5?
Yes, but it's close for a while.
Navy at Notre Dame, just because.
Notre Dame.
Notre Dame 26.5.
Ooh. No. I'm going to take Navy to cover, but Notre Dame wins.
I agree with you. Let's do. That's it. So. Oh yeah. I suppose Wisconsin.
What's the line?
The line is 10.5.
Ooh. I will take the Huskies to win and to cover. That's gonna be I'm gonna say like a 27-10.
Yeah, I was thinking like 30-10. So I'll go Wisconsin loses, but Washington covers. We've got Bucks tonight. We'll just do a couple Bucks games here. Taking on the Bulls in Milwaukee. Bulls are at the top spot, but Milwaukee's favored by 4.5 in this
I will
game.
take the Bucks in this one.
I'm gonna roll with the Bucks too, and then they got another tough one. Houston comes to Milwaukee on Sunday.
I'll take Houston in that one.
Yeah, we got a lot of the same picks here, man. We got to
knock it off.
So
I'm picking first.
Let's go Atlanta at the Colts.
I'm gonna take the Colts to bounce back.
It's actually in Berlin, but
the early morning, the 8:30 game.
Yep. So I'm gonna go with the Colts. Sauce Gardner got cleared out of concussion protocol. He's gonna make his debut, so I'll go with the Colts. Giants at the Bears.
I am going to take the Bears, but I did think about this one for a bit. If the Giants had a few more of their weapons,
if they were healthy,
I think if they were healthier, I would. But I'll go with the Bears.
I'll go with the Bears, even though Roma Dunze's dad is causing some drama right now. It looks like so.
Oh, it happens many places apparently.
Yeah, good old '90s Buffalo at Miami.
Yep, this should be like a NBC game, but I'm gonna take Buffalo.
I'm gonna take Buffalo too. Let's do Baltimore. No, we'll save yours towards second to last. We'll go Cleveland at the Jets. Ooh. Who wants to win this game?
I'm gonna go the Jets.
Same here, man.
I'm gonna go the Jets.
No, let's go Jets. A good one. Patriots at Tampa.
Yeah, this is a fun noon game. I'm gonna go with Tampa. They're still a little beaten up, but I'm gonna go Tampa.
I'm going Tampa 2.
Tampa 2.
New Orleans, Carolina.
I am gonna go Carolina. The Fighting Dave Canales.
They're going to go 6-4. Carolina's going to win.
My pick.
Yeah, they are.
My preseason darling.
Nope. You're looking like a genius right now.
Well, I won't go that far.
Jacksonville at Houston.
I'm going to go Jacksonville.
They're favored, too, in this one.
No C.J. Stroud.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes a difference. I'm going to go Jacksonville, too. Arizona at Seattle.
Seattle, they are playing well right
Sea
now.
Chickens. They pick up the win. Rams at the 49ers.
This is a good one. I'm going to go Rams.
I'll go Rams. These two teams, regardless of who's at quarterback, and always seems to kind of be a closer game.
Yep.
It feels like, but I'm going to go Rams. Detroit at Washington.
I'm going to go Detroit. Of course, they would play the week after Jaden Daniels gets hurt.
Yeah. Detroit.
Some teams get all the luck.
Yeah, they do. Pittsburgh and the Chargers.
I'm going to go Chargers. I know it's been kind of a little sketchy last few weeks for the Chargers-ish.
Yep.
Outside of that Minnesota game, but I think they're gonna bounce back, even though I expect that LA crowd to be pretty Pittsburgh heavy.
Pittsburgh back on Sunday Night Football. I am going to go Chargers for this one.
Stop it.
Baltimore at Minnesota. Baltimore's favored by 4.5.
They are. I'm going to go Baltimore. It's one of the, I kind of gave my concerns a little bit earlier on. Just coming off a big road divisional win, can they come back? These are essentially two teams, that are, going to fight to stay alive.
Right.
I'm going to take Baltimore, though.
I am going to take Baltimore, too. So, finally, Philly at Green Bay. Green Bay 1.5 point favorites in this game.
I am going to take Green Bay.
Why?
I just think at this point there's a little bounce back. There's a little kind of regress or progress to the mean, I guess it would be.
I was hoping you were going to say because they play down to the competition, they play up to the competition. You're going to be mad, but I disagree with you. I'm going with Philadelphia.
How dare you? How dare you? What kind of fan are you?
Right?
Bum.
The thing is, would I be surprised if Green Bay wins? No. Would I be surprised if they get annihilated? Yeah, maybe a little bit, but lose? No. I can't predict this team anymore, I don't think. I don't know what.
They're a metronome of a team.
Stop using big words. At least people watching do.
Metronome is not that big of a word.
For some. Okay.
Do people know what a metronome is?
That's what I'm saying.
It's the thing that you use to keep a beat.
Like in music class.
Yes.
Like piano and all that. Yeah.
It just goes from one side to the other.
I think were you in choir or band in high school?
Nope.
And you still know that. Look at you.
I know what a metronome is, yeah.
Wow. It wasn't required when you were in school? We had to pick one or the other.
No. We had like music class and stuff. I also just remember from Arrested Development, George Michael referring to himself as the human metronome. So
that's probably why you remember it.
That's 100% why I remember what it is.
All right. Well, I still have time technically to change my pick for Monday night too.
You do.
I could,
You could be one of those guys.
I could fall into the trap. It's a trap and change my pick, but I don't think I'm going to. Prove me.
Yeah.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. I know some people are throwing this out there. Is it a must-win game for Green Bay?
I don't think it's must-win, but I think if you want to restore some consumer confidence, it would be nice.
You're just dropping the lines and the phrases today. I love it. Consumer confidence. So, yeah, we'll talk more about that game on Monday. We'll have something to talk about Monday morning.
Yeah, you will.
Leading up to the game. There's a page I've been seeing on Facebook that's been tracking the photos of the Monday Night Football semis. Apparently it spent the night in the Dells. So
nice.
Where was it? I think it was
in the Dells.
Yeah. I don't know where they were. Where was Monday Night Football last week?
Was it Arizona? Arizona or Dallas?
So, yeah, that would make kind of sense.
I guess, yeah. If they were coming more east, then you'd think they would have went up 41. So, okay, I could buy that. Because I'm like, why would they be at
I think they said Platteville it was spotted, and then the Dells. So, yeah, that would make sense.
It's like NORAD tracker for Santa.
Yeah. I want to know if they were hitting up the indoor water parks at the Dells. So, yeah. Whee! Sort of thing. All right. We only got a minute left. You are going to be where tonight?
I'm going to be at DC Everson Schofield for McDonald versus Lena St. Thomas Aquinas 8-player football semifinals.
Winner goes to State.
And they will face either Oakfield or Gilman next Saturday
at Rapids
in Wisconsin Rapids.
So you might be going back to Rapids.
Might
be going back twice in a couple weeks. Look at you.
And I'm sure I'll take a different way than I've taken the last 4 times I've went there because that's how my GPS works.
Do you still need a GPS at this time?
I just do it anyway.
Okay.
I'm just.
You just want somebody to talk to you while you're driving?
No, my GPS doesn't talk. I have it down. I just look. But I just like to know the ETA and stuff. I'm just kind of weird like that. Okay, if I leave here, what time? I'll even plug it in if I'm going to visit my mom or my dad.
What did you do back when we didn't have that?
Oh, just thought a lot. Guessed.
Yeah.
I actually did like to do that when I was younger and driving somewhere. Guess what time do you think I'll get there?
It's hard to believe MapQuest was a thing and.
Printing out the
5 pages and all that. And,
the wind blew my picture. Yeah. Next thing
I remember one time, I'm broad time, I printed off MapQuest for something. It took me to the wrong place. But GPS, then, you can tell on a map, it was supposed to be a golf place. I went down a country road that was not a golf place. So have a good weekend. We'll be back Monday morning.